Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen.
Budget akomabosika yedema won se wo mfa mbu Ghana ho bra no empempeso sen na akwagosi ye kono me nan kasa kura no ejira hefa eno da nchen a enema wudu obi wo no ma ye behwe ewumu ene se Ghana empenfo na babetu ja chem se yenko IMF enko ngoje besia bio na yenko IMF enko ngoje besia no wo me de hihye bi e fra na ye policy coordination instrument e de aba Ghana for hwese wo beka wasem eno da nchen a kwantempa wudu anwe ne se eno so hwese wo beka wasem yesuku so ahodo ayaresabia ahodo ana ye economy energy ene niwa kanyi dada wo mo hwese abane ne panifo beka wasem a wode be fa ye sana hene Dr. Kesela to ba Forson ano na wode sansem nyina e de atodwa esan se wode sa dwumadi ne ba betodwa ntino mrase badwam so kwa hodom a emu apai mienu ye wodom kuma mrase badwam ana ye wodom kase na wo maban ene teso no me minority ne majority Andra de wamade buani wo mrase bedwam pa ya enya asem ketwa we nam so ema eye mrase bedwani ono ne gira wo ma ofo ase ayere bi abato mpeso so ewo apue mantam mu nyamfo kodwo opon kroma woro kro na kasama edum kuma no efa economy ho wode nsem ya todwa ana wa kire mu se aban ne ba abonte a womra no ma mecheche ne omamu ye emfa nkire Ghana fo wasi GDP ratios no ni nyinara eho ansam yentie owura kodwo opon kroma
to rely on CD appreciation as a basis to say our debt stock has reduced. Because as you observe, in 2025, when the CD appreciated by about 43%, as a result of the pumping that the Bank of Ghana has been doing, it appeared as though the situation was getting better. Just yesterday, when the Bank of Ghana published the new debt numbers, because of the about 8% depreciation we have seen year to date, our debt stock is gone up by about 47 billion Ghana cedis. So if you rely on appreciation to applaud yourself that the debt situation has gotten better, small depreciation, Mr. Speaker, and we are now having about a 40 billion Ghana cedis increase in our debt stock. By the way, this is apart from the nearly $1 billion that we approved for the government yesterday.
Eti sawo ya wadwen se bia cedi no sesi ade onya hoden enti anam so ma bia eka yede no eso ate a enye no kore we kodwo opon kromo wase empo afie twa mu no afipinu na dio nunum ene se cedi ni gina kama pa na so hwe eka yede na yade na epeja ne mu kakrakra enti mo mfa mbo mo ho asafo hene wo wie ye no oba ba be kire ma che se o ma bia mbuntu kase na aya na gina fama guri ye fa ne gold so gold a export efro my Ghana mo de konkrofo bia ma so de no eno so nsem sei eno kan ya wo de fa ho.
Today, as they are going to hint their good numbers on gold, it is fair to say that what is going on is as Galamsey accounting, which they will be touting as gold. If gold returns to its 5-year average price, what will our growth figure be? What will the trade surplus be? What will the primary balance be? Where will they get forex to continue pumping onto the market? And now that matter has been established. We started talking about it in the first quarter of 2025. They disputed it. Now the jury is clear on it. The review that the minister will publish tomorrow must answer the sensitivity analysis, else we are living on borrowed time. The third issue under the second pillar, inflation is beginning to turn and the CD is beginning to slip. Falling headline inflation never means falling prices.
We aya kujo ponkroma wa chese sika gas inflation swatia eno chese enwema so yatete so ana nkorabo no obi sese aban no se si ana gold price ko form kakra no se ko ba se bia international na se adwama so amanfo amaso se gold no ne bo esote a eden na ban ne be ya obeti ma economy no agina na ne nyina mu no head of communication said ma abuso kan spare parts dealers no ayetachi ado odo so nsem sei ana wakan se wosusu se aban sana hene Dr. Kessel to ba force ne ensema wodo wosusu se wode betu dwane bi ni
so na association no abuso kan media budget na I think say omo enema bibiri am edwede for no oba exchange rate ni see ekusu jina 12 cities wana almost 1 year no oba policy rate ni so from 28 to about 14 inflation 23 about between 3 and 5%. Ama see interest rate ni rate ni na no about form because of say prudent management omo the abama economy na is stable no am edwede for no I say a little more relief than before. Na ade expect say ochina tax one rationalization or can say duty regime no or port one no they see a public AI no etimi am buying a revenue than before am no cost port one no almost selling kakaka eti no chana no we can be and no be biafa import duty no am ready for they see no am duties and say no almost your matter media but we need more and say duty and say etimi again ever from than before.
Wey ana kasama aboso kan spare parts dealers no edi ada so ayetachi ado
I was for entrance when yankwa yanim sem foforo mo na mrosme dwani man share so rust venamo a e abetu just report to be a ora musa dan kwa hia wono ye governance researcher ye efa emrasome adwafo ahodo ho e wo my Ghana mu na wode wonum dwumadi a wodie ene wonum modern mu a wabobra obefa akunya no tena so se emrasome adwafo esinsane ye ni esusu ye se wo ye ade se wo wie na sa research ya wode beto dwai ho no de beto dwa ene se emrasome dwani a wabon pa emrasome dwani a wonya ade ya ni dwumadi enhye dan so ani bia e wono mpehia so no wono ene emrasome adwani a wono gina mu manfo won hye so Steven Amoa ye manfo bo ne mrane stika na asemi beto odwa no stika bo afu pa wase hwan how dare you say de the idea kura na wogina so e ma wo no wonya nsa akokoduro ne se me na mawie se mawie se sen na de mpo ne de esusuo nsane ye ben na wodi si suo susu ya wo hu se me stika adwuma me ye wo me mpesua so bebrebe yi enso manfo ani wo kire se enye infrastructure nko a ena se obi emrashe adwani a wo betumi de agina so akasa o nipa baaye mpontuo ekoso na se nipa no eye adwuma wo kire se sa ayi research no mpanyifo aya ba beto dwa no a won peso mo de gudu ho fi de gunu anu ase ne de won de won somu ne nsomu kina kwambia so wo baaye no wonim se wo ye adwuma ama ne manfo mpo adansidifo.
Wonder what Musa Dankwa, my own brother, is depending on. This is very, very demotivating. This is very dangerous because I believe in myself that with my performance within 6 years and with the opportunity I had, what I've done, I don't think you can get more than 10 MPs to do what I've done. And I'm not comparing myself to my MPs, but I'm talking about top performance. So Mr. Dankwa should come again because I find it very strange. You go to Santasi Market, I gave them about 100,000 to do business, share and pay back without interest. Just about 40% paid. And I left the rest. You go to a Tasmanian market, armed robbers were worrying them. I used my own money to provide security gates and other things. I am cool with the constituents. I am fine with them. Through me, some of the youth got GRA, Cocoa Board, Ghana Gas, banks. Some of them are in UK. In fact, one of them is one of the top army officers in UK today. Some of them, the parents call me and they are crying. I just went to UK.
California, you're saying, Ono any share so much bedwani ora Steven Amoa na wo wie ye and wo de ato Musa Dankwa ni mo se sa na report no won san hwe mu biem na nea o ka no kra de nya sa na te e won pesua so ho.
You can check in 3 years of my tenure. I can't believe it what is happening. And I'm not doing this because of my reputation. Only God knows what I've done. But I'm doing this for us to be careful that the people who are doing rather good things in Ghana are not seen or praised, except those who are kind of using ways to get content and deception and lies. I think I cannot be rated as a low performer. With all that I've done, Dankwa Musa's team should go to the schools and ask the headmasters and the teachers what Steka has been doing there. Dankwa Musa's team should go and check, because if we ask people around what Steka is doing in the schools, the person might not have been in school, or children might not have been there, has not gone there. I beg them. Misinformation is as toxic as anything at all you can think of.
In fact, and trust some I chat to nipa so ne someone ya no kra ye de chini na ye de tretre de no kra nie ya chen duboni bia wo wiase na wo hwese ne seke sika say asam na hye ne papa enti Musa Dankwa enhwe na ne report no nsan eme review biem abusuafo de tin nken nhye so maso bedwani Steven Amoa sticker
sana Musa Dankwa oye ne sabi o de ba ehia manfo pa o
ehia manfo pa se ade no wa na wonu adwuma wo ye akwabrane ba begina aka kire wiase nyina sa woni mmraso bedwani a wabon de no kure
oso pa onko na batro mpeso aso no ko bisa headmasters na wo ho no mo bisa sticker no modern motors omo kura beka se sticker ya de
infrastructure so o de amanfo akoko okwa abrochire ni ade
okay yantu asam no so na yenko yanim na bankruptcy pani ono na wa afija kwa abre south to mesi mra se bedwane mu ewa asante mantemo Pearl Patricia Ankra wada to dwa kire me se wiase de jawa na ye asoawo enti wono ntana se yenhwe han na onye armchair DC anase MC na dia wo ye nyina na se so mampani aboni din so mra ma DC ye wo hono a ade o ye nyina na se electoral area no wo hono dos papa 27 electoral areas na wo hono mo enti ade o ye nyina so wo kwa aprobo agwa kotie ne manfo wo hono mo o mapinisi o musunu o mo hawo na wahwe no wape ano pomasibre na wakoye no okobie baby sese yenu yanuma wodi dem no ene okogodi nkomo ekwan mfa so a wo metimi aso masene na omudwa wo mudie no eso beba mfa so eno da nchen a rapper Patricia Ankra esan so eto aso ede nani kire eya resabia emiam ya hodo schools na hodo echeche modern ba hodo a waye osi bibi ti se boreholes afei ahunidie eso yade ahuhia pa ye nya asam ketoa na emra wo kokopie mu ewo eye ensaman so no yade a wone adehye wonu bebre na ehyiaye ene wo chem se fitin de ko wo me tankers eba saman no wo me de ba papa ye nya asam keto a wo gas bosum ne besim no pepepepe na bosum ye besim no na ahyase wo hone ya ba yes mumbie mudan ubie ujade a wo dro we fabra ye hwade wa fichira fu a wo ndo ye wa gotemu udi nsu fi ade egum ni nyina no ye betwe waso ye gotie abankra chepani wo afija kwa abre south to mensi mrase bedwane Pearl Patricia Ankra.
Your community engagement no ye bewie wo hemai intribon hemai na so far ya to almost all the 27 electoral areas na ye buy no persons with disabilities more than 15 and then the team support them in say kakra ye betimi cover the whole district and so far with the community engagement na it has been very educative obia oba ye bia ba be hunu the assembly na ye to the extent obi be bisa say himfa no nkotua ne property. This means that community engagement na aswaba. So on this note, we would like to say thank everybody, and we are hoping say you bet me ayan and tentem one said you be obia obenya so faso. I say no latest by the end of the month. Yeah, you go so the tax force na air for training no. So latest by August, omo betiesi forma omo ba be ye adwuma. The America che manfo nyina ne say e me ntwe ma saman for ne mansa. Obia ndi ne huni because wo hwe fines na eda so na enya fines ketwa
etinya afi na waya ade enya ya chew no no akofo he osofo bi dia ba so mra me pachew da bia nsi eti DCs MMDCs mu nyina mo hwera mo nsua obi obaye mo nche no na mo fa no kwagina asem dibia entesa amanfo begum onim ase papa na wawie ye na ade hye bia wo mo na mo wo ye mpotem na sa bato mpeso so titiri ni wo mo a wo ma di dem ni bi wo mo so nya kwan ene amane bofo edi nkomo
Catching in an answer, Yamishrano. So, share communities. I work with Japa Bray. na over 60 communities. Now say within 14 weeks, say metimenya police station, menya health center. Na me man tamo kwan so e ba me kuro mu fra francho ba ne ya. The meka jensa ba na ya de e na enam so me de ma de se de sa to na nim say me school say omomo ame. Na so far the oma ye de ese abosbo a ese bo ma ba so e wo Nchibon electoral area assembly ma wo Nchibon Heman electoral area.
Asida nam dim na ntem se family men.
We can say ya danase. Ye de nyame na danase. Omotimi aboa e bibi sesi yenso yemfa nkoye ne yenso yemfa support ya blabo. O yem paboa foot kicks ana menyaye. Me request iska. Ana omu je se ska de omu mfa ma obi ya because omu de ma akura na obedi. Enti omu mfa ma nti sa de a omu beti omu bi sa se de na me mepe. Me so me ton paboa ni bi dada. Ana m se ne omu nsa mo me na menya bi nka me ne ma ho se ne. Me so me ma blabo be kosoro.
We ya this year be a woman afija eye kwabre south. Masimra se bia titiri no womo a bibi nti wadi dem no womo ne ene ekotie ye no.
Amsiafo yen so na yenko Tema New Town na homowo interclan house tournament no panyifo apa hontoma ewo Tema traditional council na no matena konwa adamanti ena adwumadie no wotimi epa ho entoma na opa no empanyifo akuku dama wodi akotene ewo bobo akansi ahodo no mu ebiti se Black Stars captain Andre Deda Ayuba se Rahim Ayu Mubarak Wakasu ena afei Tema traditional council mpanyifo wonu me ka won ho bo mu hwehwe akansi ena afei ebusua koma akudunson ya akansi no eba bekoso wontem wonu mu nyina eba se bi na ne nya ni behwe na efese na wopa trophy ho entoma ya wo kire sa video bedi kan wo de bema no appearance fee wacha 2000 Ghana cedis ama ebusuakuo dunson no obi a se wo ba bebo bi nko ade 2000 Ghana cedis no ebeye wo dia wachira se de ntia wo de sa kansie ya hwehwe so no ene se wo ba beboa ama kroye etumi aye adwuma ewo empotam ho na afei etumi aboa ama mabunu no wo mo so etumi ehunu mfasode a ewo kansie ehu na empanyifo epa ho ntoma no asemba ko de etu dwa eye obi adema ne ball nsem ene se nia wobedi kan akansie ni mu no wobenya 15,000 Ghana cedis first runner up ene second runner up no wobenya 10,000 and after 5,000 cedis a eno eye nhyeso ya mpanyifo ede egu akwan mu no na bra wo kasa ewo dwumadie no ase no ena Ghana captain Black Stars captain Andre Deda Ayu ede nsem bi say etu dwa.
Some players from this tournament got into the Ghana Premier League, so it's an opportunity also to showcase yourself. It's an opportunity that also we can come and watch and see what the players who are not in professional teams, that's what we call amateurs, do. As Tema has produced so many talented players for Ghana in the years and for all this time, and it's not going to stop. And I'm sure that one of them again, or two or three or four, will come out of this tournament this year and like the other years. So we wish them good luck. I played coach here in Accra. I was in Lion Stars. So you know the coach system is very important for our future. It's very important for the future of football. So you cannot think about football and just think about Accra or Tema or here. No, we are Ghanaians, and Ghana is all over the country. So we have to find a way to help how we are going to do things to make sure that our youth will have pitches where they can play.
Abusiafo ni a yete ne kan sahene Emma Black Stars team no Andre Deda Ayu na wakasa wieye na Ora Sakin Mohammed Elias ya wono co-sponsor Emma tournament no so ene de to dwa no kire se emebunu no ball no anaso wo si aka no ofo ma ho de nyina nhyamu o insanse we no oba beto nsa de afre investors na afa football agents omo no efra bono ne ama hodo so no omo do mani aba besan won dwumadie mu ahwe se wo benya talent de won makwamono ne akwa ball na entibo a wo bo no won fa wo ho nyina enhyem
ye time no yantimi anya leaders a beka say omo nim game no mu ambeboa ye nti bidi to me hu say bebia ye binum yantimi andu ewo football mu Gina once now omo no say ntimi embo omo na omo bepa ye ho at least ohwa Tema
town baby footballers omo footballers keke ba omo yonko for more talent. So me who say they need us, and then also me who say me kwame ntimi enye djuma no, so say me fa me colleagues ni bia me say obetimi aboa say me for mo nkasa na mo be boa me ntina me twin be me brother dey ayu any waka so say at least omo so omo be boa me na yentimi ematema soka enko enim.
Abusuafo ni ayete ne nkan co-sponsor Emma Newtown Homowo Interclan House Tournament no ne Tro former Tema Traditional Council any ni Amazon no ya otosumienu wo bo won ma ekeka nneoma bo ni se tournament no enye dwuma wo bo won ma baso ena wo share mebunu no kutupa se wo ma modin ase wo beboa ama empuntu aye adwuma na afen so nkabomo aye adwuma na we no won konko wie mu bie sanse no ena de pinchen beba.
We realized that there were a lot of talents in town. Now, tools for exploitation is lacking to bring them to limelight. So we organize this competition benefit from the festival.
I was for near yet saying Kane. One on a tro, Edman Nanmatan Kunya, ya a watema, and Anunkunya Sasa Sunidi, and any Amazon Pono, ya Autosumino.
Casabona, see, Yava said from our production in our flesh at hand on Madame Roma, a few more journey life. Our social media, some more coffee by Kofi Ajma Blackman, Abba, George Mills, who has slide and Banswaba, NS Mokpa, George Vifi Costa, Yedas Star Boy, Irim Fiwu, Jamila to Mohammed, and me or Swaba. And after Dixon Jagadu also shall lie den. Moamuti already Casafidi would also got in Jamasiki too. One more share live with CTV Ghana's number 1 television. So social media handles I would winning in Nada. Say Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and X Yaramasi and ne Anopay. Yes, or Soniako Nagana Yensom Jumadi Atwaso. Technical team Yadamasi. Between what this year back coffee Esuman and Anopay Mene.
A fear Brempoma Hene, I was ya, a seer, a chairman in Adamasia. Ahinoa.
Imagine say water wake up at dawn. No bath, no chop. Where it vanish for your area for 2 weeks. You not get one drop safe inside your tank.
Hey.
Haja, our life was in dangerous. Only our neighbor gets water with water tank.
Water tank?
Yes, water tank. Mamma mia. That water tank gets meter for checking water level. That water tank be fine past Kumasi Selenium. That water tank be tough like Ghana Army. That water tank they carry water pepe. So say some no go left inside the supply tank. What a tank! As my boss, Mr. Foncho go talk.
Beautiful, durable, with water level indicator and accurate volume of water. Water tank. What a tank! By Duraplast. Good energy powers the things that people do to empower themselves. It fuels families, communities, businesses. Good energy fuels nations. It gets things going and keeps them moving. Good energy isn't just what we do, it's who we are. Goyle, good energy.
Hi, I'm Ofe.
Yes. We show respect. Why?
Hey, red one ya kasatia o. Enye mona soap ni mona cream wa. Nanka we na so saa.
Ani, wo kania na etu da mo ha utwam nyina se ye hu.
Ani, obi enim se me de mona soap edware ye, e de mona cream esrae na ekro mompele ene enka na wo me hu nyina akoye. Ama me tin nso efufaka. Ni kunu enso de yi apropro ne enso a oyi a na egu neti kone ne mu maso na firi ho. Nso mo nko pebi ene mo yire no menfensiesie mo rede.
Cheli, afrara ka asemu o. Kaya asem papa. Yenko pebi ene agbebebam ya ekutia muscle ene body pains nka ho.
Agbebebam ebeba me joint pains, any rheumatic pains numpo akọ.
Yenko pharmacies herbal ena over the counter medicine sellers ho. Anayan frɛ 020-8130-790 and 0246-595-256. Fedro ni se baby am friend to me fa. Se wonya susaso boni bia fedro yi ho a, but healthcare provider mane ana FDA e wo med safety app no so. FDA agi edwaje nkrato yatum.
When you say, I'm a wood dine now, but say we see no. School dine and a hospital no. As I see a man to some of your anyway. Sase land that is same anymore. And there is a Prince Major property say Chilakwan. Nearby see a wow. Prince Major, the Chilakwan, our Shaman traffic light. Opposite the Nova filling station. Ubetimi Afrea was 0557 111 078. 0557 111 078. And that's a 0557 111 079. 0557 111 079. Prince Major properties. Asasipa the field.
It's Royal Praise with Obapa Christie. Accra, Ghana. This August, heavens will come down as Ghana's gospel queen, Obapa Christie, hosts the much anticipated Royal Praise 2026. Joining her on one glorious stage, Empress Gifty, Joyce Blessing, Uncle Acto, Celestine Donko, Akasibrempong, Ekujesi. Come and experience explosive praise and heartfelt worship. Happening live on Sunday, the 9th of August 2026, 4 p.m. sharp at UPSA Auditorium, Accra. Tickets are selling fast. Single 100 Ghana cedis, double 150 Ghana cedis, VIP 250 Ghana cedis, family of 5 400 Ghana cedis. Dial star 725 star 2030 hash now to secure your seats. For inquiries, call 0244 962 141 or 0245 225 017. This event is proudly sponsored by Bill's Microcredits, Hot Wave, Nero, Greg John Photography, Asida Fabrics, Willie's Fashion, Obapa Essen, Avia's Hair Collections, Maxline Fashion, JD Company Limited, Frankie Cleaning Services, Nero Prime.
Media partners: Despite Multimedia, the Multimedia Group, Footprint TV, EIB Network, Angel Broadcasting Network, Class Media Group, and supported by Footprint TV.
Don't miss this divine gathering. Royal Praise with Obapa Christie. A moment to encounter God.
Watching
FM 100.5 100
Power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV.
Why?
Yes, if you say gold pan, if you know.
Coffee and you good.
24 carats.
And you good.
Avia,
where Thomas.
Oh, my son, and you know, yes,
this one.
I know we.
And you good.
Nay,
why?
Avia, day,
man, how? May my men go fetch and will be me. Yes, I could be take care of Mutrotrum or then at 12 who are in Sako. And then watching in
Watching a brain white
chance on the after watcher. You pay a wicked to go for Mr. Rawa and you're good. No other movie attack me.
If there you should disclaimer.
Aye, fast up. Send come a point, Nanka Pabrani, Etimoto so to hair training.
And I saw young point.
And you're good. Why?
Young point. And at some point over for her own for her.
Hey, fam, find the same.
So driver, not
driver, bay.
Oh, driver.
Coffee. Be a me destiny helper to me coffee me pesa.
No driver now in the buy, you know.
Driver ben I'm in the buy.
Yeah, no be a car to be and
then me do Okada the buy.
I know Okada. Send us a traffic cop.
And then me do Okada and the buy.
And two park your filling station.
And I show so crash I turn and bedroom and me one for
park your filling station.
Filling station there here.
What's it?
Filling emu there here.
Oh, but wrong filling station be our kwanso as na be.
Filling Mo yam humio.
Well, across 100.5 FM, and I don't know what trust the one cartano so ewa. And now that's wrong. And the Honorable Finance Minister, Dr. Kisiel Ato Forson, come na shebi jefie. Na mid-year budget review, or the Hokoto and Masibija for the Ghana phone na enim. Anapai, Yanni kan fast dama Guao Super XP na yenstati for sana payenti miamfa weather report and afi Accra traffic watch enti miamfa mremo sana medical chire mu no men kan say enfidi ide adwuma no na enti miamwa ma enti miamfa mremo but ochira the weather reports na afi Accra traffic watch the bebro traffic watch fast dama Guao Super XP and they what shall say your cars ahodi aka ni here engine ni here na tumi dia gba adwuma no or the Gold Super XP aba ya additive no ewo mu no eboa ma engine no echere yie papa enti bomode ya wonam kwanso ya pe Gold filling station bia na bowura ho na bisa Gold Super XP papa no Gold ya dia Gold Super XP abusuan sa wo fill ya obefili Gold good energy. And Janapa, Mr. Sir, and then I will share any moon. A free, the Honorable Finance Minister, mid-year budget review, and or de Kwakotuja. What are your expectations? So, wow, Susu, na Okakaya. A basic kasem so far, Uhuni saying, and what are you expecting from the government moving forward into the other half of the year 2026. Send me WhatsApp voice note 0506672665 0506672665. Nia aka ho ya no so se ho bibi aka bibi ya de ebre wo em say kofi dwuma de ya so na ye discuss coins Ghana isika yedie yeah mrem ye legal tender legal tender yeah for a very long time coins no ewo mu ne de and kakran Ghana this year no ye be free mu
10 pesos and 20 pesos
would the answer save crown fee 1 peso 10 pesos 20 pesos 50 pesos 1 CD coin and there 2 cedis coin on you 2 cedis coin into coins are Ghana higher die no but peso no ne 10 pesos ne 20 pesos no kakra wo di tua de ka o se menje What is the obi a osemenge mempe na every him for no so buy san koma no kofi atwetwe oduma die so pen ema ya ni sikasam ho anim difo ne a lawyer fo ne ade nyina atwetwe nkomo enra krata every Bank of Ghana hono mo aba ya extra Etiamra se wodi coins yi beto ade na nipa kro no beka se menye obi de coins ne anasa wo coins ne bi na wodi sisa obi sa wodi tua transportation a wodi mate se menye o to dokro o to nsuo o to aduane o se menye o se etiamra ya samra na so twe a wo ho ne se obetumi akodam ifie miensa ubetimi akodam mfie miensa froni ni o WhatsApp number ne I just know number boy the same thing and no answer the be free call oh okay all right entina ne Free Bank of Ghana hono aba no kata no ne damanim hey ma me hwese metimi akan a few paragraphs are the Bank of Ghana has not to accept matter of the unlawful refusal to accept coins used by the bank as legal tender. The bank wishes to remind the general public that all coins issued by the Bank of Ghana remain the lawful currency of the Republic of Ghana and must be accepted and treated in accordance with the Bank of Ghana Act 2002, Act 612, as amended the Currency Act 1964, Act 242, and other laws in force. Etina and no, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Enti me Free Bank of Ghana for hono aba so and no. Well, I didn't say home. Send me voice note 0506672665 050 667 26 65. One, your expectations from the media budget review this morning, and a Bank of Ghana at somewhere one the other to a fire coin. So no, and they, a man for being my own margin so I'm 1 peso, 5 pesos, 10 pesos, 20 pesos. Almost 1 money. Bank of Ghana editor Amanye Ababa Tuja. Mafia.
Say me it's me nyamfa so e dey free so I hope say with these two no so ye ne sa me makoma ebeto me yam
okay
bia ne hon ma betimi aka so budget we aban ne ye no watumi aya dru ho kra traso eye den a sam loopholes ne challenges bi be wom but we waka kire se o magiska fufuru bia nti ada ye ho so dada ne mom de odi dada ne ye no ene nia obeye animu yi won kan kire yen na yate ho ase
okay me go fi
CJ
what expectations
me de ne de mienu ba ko mienu mi ensa bi ameka ne say me pese finance minister and the media budget review no wo ba o ma Ghana fo ehun say double track ye ka se ye ba ye betwam ebre ben na ye twam afa sika na aban de ato wo no say odisi dormitories and expansion of ye senior high schools ni mu na e be from category C ebeba be ye B the ye B no so beba be ye A no eno no hye ben na aban ye de afa ho eno da nche ye energy sector eno so no me expect so be ka bibia afa ho say ye kan ye no enundum e be gina so aban ne de car na say o man ne de car na say ye neka esi ehu wo de no to nchen a cedi no ase edu ba bi no na dollar ne pese o compare this year and last year na we say last year na eye kakratin etin this year no nti ade na a trigger na e ma sa challenge kakra bi no e ba ho no mo and going forward na ade no be ya ye be sustain na cedi ne de bia no obedi dollar no so enkonim sa ne ma we mi hia afa ye health sector and also no ade na wo mo ye ade afa ho schools no de na America no emza dano na ban ka bibi say obesi eye education minister ka asem so baba be see new day schools senior high school day one or baba be see for I think about say 30 to 20 classroom block obesi for so me bisa say e blog no aban omo ma bre so no mu see e na MPP baye e na wo mo so be ye mu bi omo be ye bi e ka ho omo de dada no be ye bi ka omo wie emfa so omo ye be kakra bi ka ndc de dada no omo e blocks na aka na si abonten e wa abonten na hu afu no omo be e de anamo no mutu di afa ho eno so me expect bibi say e na afi so no omo de sa Republican AI e de bae sa Republican AI no omo de bae no de matter say Ghana Revenue Authority omo timi I exceed omo target aye de mo ma fe ne nkwa wie mpo enti ye be bi say Republican AI no eno no na aye adwumaden anase den because our Republican AI na ba sisi and first na amanfo enti ase papa but that's amanfo ya ate ase kakra se e ba ye no amanfo bi ofa kwati kwan bi so ewie sika gu wo motom sika nka se ka kwa aban no ho na o mo wie gu wo motom no e ba ye no amasa sika ni nyina no aba aban foto mu eno so no me expect say finance minister e ba obeka ho bi mu enti okay GR for target for June no and no matimi exceed and as a pa who producer papa dey as and matimi exceed on my target no anti me hese yakwan so no aban ne finance minister ebegina mrase bedwam a yakwan ehye be no mo yede afa ho titiriu ani gas out akwan no atala old barrier tetegu then aban yede afa ho feeder rose then aban yere afa ho big push then aban yere afa ho ana pempenso akosi sei ana ba ko reverse express road on ha ade
yeah, on se Kofika Express Road no my
yeah
CJ na me ka wo bi show no so say menya enka na kuma se Accra Kwantempo menka so mu nyai express road ni ye express road no cry sisi ka no credit ho mu sha da o mu fa o mu sankai nti asat I speak to you now no kwan no o mu fo mu ho o mu nko so o mu ye kwan no
express
yes.
Oh, ma sha se twa.
Oh, wo ma twa na I know omu ko twa kwan no etun mu na process na ka ho no eh
ese omu ntwa nwie yi o omu so twa ye kuro mo de no
ya wo kwan a ye twa da ho dada ya kwan ni kum nipa se na no hu nipa ewu ye e wo accident a esi wo Kumasi Accra Kwantempo so can't we do something? Suggest say. Oh. Kwan no start potholes baso
enjefie
ba ku yeah pothole no I had to say man and that's so wo ba nti normally me e drivers ne ba bedram se da bi bra ni fa so ha na benkum so honom no wa hwe a obewu se wudi mirika pa na obomu CJ obewu
eno na Kofi e ka
yenye kwan ni yes kane ansa na yetimi ame je Kwame Nkrumah ehunu nyansa Yetama motorway. How many years nedi ye? And some never ya junu say yan comment any bibi.
Obi say Kwame Nkrumah bless engineers na ne bio.
Everybody say wow. Kwame Nkrumah time no. E kwan a wo ye Kwame Nkrumah with so many years nie. Empo eneya ye ne yesiese ye wo abefo engineers o na the technology eye adwuma no ayi maintenance kake ene o mo won twetwede no wuduru atimu se contractor no ne huni mu puru nsuo wo brepa wo hunu ayi bebia onfa what else enti yenya de ni ye ni ye wia maintenance no ebe chama ye kura ansana ya dwene maintenance ho.
Okay, if I'm saying now your expectations from media budget review. media baako ene ebo a aban ne share se oba ade a friend besia abo okoji loan wa ha na okoji besia wa ha ade a it will be a thing of the past. Okay. In fact oba ye ode say ayoyo ya afe baako ne akire ni yemhunu besia bia sa but free senior high school na double track e pese yi free ho ne ade yi we are aware say brand ye twam ya aban no any international development be kosra
want to me
Rabena den chubo
I want some sana man for cat woni nsam
oh I say no concern
and then me musa oh ska say di omo fa nsam
sure
ba omo kosra no nsam
asem na aba ma no no ho
afia asem na aba
na memmene na de Ghana for binum so ye no e say ko TikTok
a na Facebook
right
we untumi busu ne wa ba boss tro
me say
sa
wo ma sheda en wo ma duete you can say untumi and formal pronouncement be our old videos be about President Mahama. Hey, see, me say I no pay. Hana di bi kire mo hana masrewu.
Grandma dey wadi an ni you. No wasem
what's me? Now Mahama wo bet me won't me. Don't try. Don't try it. Say, but we bet me a pushy. Oh, pushy there. Want to me pushy.
Okay, can't say
Okasaya, Manuko, say, she say, and this is my power. And say to me, you know, a bron. So,
there are people within the NDC today.
Yes.
Yeah, one crofo bi we NDC mu sisi ya almost to me no
ebi wa
bebre kwa
na so time mu petumi no
bebre kwa
no akasa afafo no afro ba say afo ma ebi mfa
I know one na you can say vice president Tamano Shia May they were calling oh where they homani dende be we be share journalist manti madaru maya amomra me grace occasion in my any ade na sije
go grace wie no
ye grace wie na aggressive
power na buy no
ye grace wie ye na
ya kase mama yatwam ko
me na nka kiro ye grace wie ye no a aggressive no sije wo frɛ kwabrane a wo be frɛ ne 10,000 offer
but be so very humble. Very, very humble. And no sounds ebi so buni papa. Ebi appointees ni bi.
Me say last month na me hear me program no. Perianan. Abodin.
Citizens' power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizens' power.
Number 3. Man, we are so can say any idea.
Why you busy? Why you busy?
CJ, met me a message. Jamau.
Aye, what do
message you know, I send them on we read it.
Blue tick.
Blue tick. Feel. Invite me to program keke. Invited to program.
Yo. CJ, inti wow, chama won't me sram kokosra no. Me de ade ba kwa meka na se.
I did you omutipa. Said they did chama won't me tia. Nei, no ho akire nei.
Afia.
Sa na ti o.
Ebi kura na ukra no wa hey by this time una we deputy CEO for Eyanka.
Your from kwa kan fa.
CJ there are some people be at TMA. We understand say omadwuma no so.
Yeah.
But there are some people be at unshada nyesa.
Edema why Henry Unkumo se why
Nkawanye. So me say the baby so
because I don't cry like Krata.
Or legal minor.
Legal.
Yes, or illegal minor. But a legal minor, Ukraine and Krato yen adwuma. Dem say wadane nkrata de ma wo bi nti o ba bia kwakopi.
Kofi ni awo kan na atwe magina amadwe agina enkoma for some time na msi atwetwea. Ekrompo is events ekwoso on.
Ati what was the no?
Ekwoso. Won say sa opani ya ono one license.
Aye.
Ya ono wa ye adwuma no
be legal minor.
Aha, watutu amana no awie.
Yes.
Na owie ye, ode nsase no watutwa de ama afoforo. Ya omo de chamfa ya ba begu so.
Eno na ha adwen no.
Yeah.
Eno na ha adwen no. Nti don se dan no na eye wo wo sa kuru so rekoso. Na wo mo kire se. Wo de se watutu kura watu wayi o waye mine na wie na se wo kwa. Kata yanwe aso fama yen. woman ka say we illegal mine now. Also we legal mine now ukrakrata. Into when we are kata yanwia no so ntokro no kata so ma yen keke. Kata so ma yen keke. Se wontumi so jama yen ne yanka se yen kata so. Eno so akwakoye how.
Wa bo akire dia. Ma afoforo na wo mo tu no na Minerals and Mining Act na bebre wo mo kan yo. Nipa bebre tu galamsey a wo mo kan Minerals and Mining Act.
Ana minim senti a eye EPA fo so da so to na 9 months fo so da so to minim senti. Om so mo kata so keke. O de kata so ma yen. O de oba no kura krata me krata ni kasa ai. Ai ma bi mo kura petisi penifo. Yeah.
Bianje amonje nte oba me bag ma mo 20 pesos be bre last bi na me kwa shaman na me kwato ade a nka che ni mpa ne se wo mkita coins na ofi ono ba 10 pesos mpa obaji no onno oji bio ema e be free so ono po se o me faman because yeah ohia sa 2020 no na oji e ba spenters here opa fe topia water back na man 20 pesos back 5 obaka cha so onje odo sisa obi anje the spenters ya there omo di 20 pesos na 10 pesos count am 1 peso and 5 pesos omo dey there
Good morning, CJ. Dixie. Oh, CJ, me, dear, me say, and then, member government no, and for new tax behind there, and babio. Ni oh, that no, or managing my sir. Already no, it's in your mobile form, and so, local market her, CJ. New mobile tea, or market pa.
Good morning, CJ. Medin de Ofake, make us a free new print station cycle. CJ, me wo station to meka station was kakra. CJ, ye best say, President Mama say, on immigration for an kasaye. Because you see, Ghana, the air, no, a beka ka walk on baby for crew. Make rather moban, if you ban no mobile, you macradia, and ye bonnet. But Obi wa or yari, ye can night in the near fra. No ti him no or baby drew borders. O mamma je ayare hwe Ghana or bad in a bed ya be to Ghana mine so. And no be overhead na se pass overhead. Sebi etai. Jeff will be guasie what will be a 5. What's so when you free hold your big grass say Ghana de it's too much. It's too much. The best immigration form yet border no so no more no. Omo check hui so be rema mumu se na de ko die poti obeye adwuma obesiri is card ya so me boa mine no obasa de bed ya beto minus because omabo mu go overhead as if fi omo ye ho nyina no ye wia ne asa pe zoom line no ma besisa na ye ne asa bo ho ka tua zoom line oka e se mfa so bi ama no so and isi ye mesrewo president minisi wo tie mesre no when immigration panyin nkasa so won ka chenche ne men no mo border so no because mo ya magana ye cheap too much. See you will pay back Ghana ha a day. Your more banocrano. If you are just say, what's at the bed? We can the panacra bana. One teach, we need to obey. No remind him. A yana my name, best present an immigration for Nkasa. Pa Medasi CJ, Medin of Aki, make us a free new prime station circle. Thank you.
Good morning, CJ. Patrol, way is concerned the Ghana coins. And Kabeya and Abahinti tax force. Non-farm markets. Now, Kaya you for any or more ton pure water no. Any trotro mate for. Auto pure water. Now, mano, 20 pesos, isn't it? 20 pesos mienu and 10 pesos back, making 50 pesos. The man member coins. Meat, wafana, coins wo na wode sika na ma mate no mate mpe coins wafa kaya yo no ama no coins no osio mpe coins pacho ebe ya nke ente task force no mon try san crofo yi or market no mon hwe na enye bi scapegoat a sa en seven na omodide no emi so mbetwa so na ya Ghana coins na mo se monje why na opese odi coins de ye twa coins de say de ma wan CJ thank you this morning and God bless you and Madam Efia and Papa K blessed bless Boroba let to be a question
CJ, good morning. Mediani PK, Katamaso Nina, Pacha Wosa, Coins Assembly. Pacha Sebe, yeah, Mumaya advert, or being driver for, provision store for, pure water for, Omunine, who say, Bank of Ghana, Asema Okani, Sema Obian Richeti Coins. Because I didn't talk about Okrumpa. Uto adina se ujia udi koto adia obi se ono onje na ye ka na aka wo enti sasem na udi aba no pe ye papa ba chomo maye ye omunyi advert im na TV station ni radio stations ni nyina se na be ya obi ye na se udi ni call police station na obi enka se ye wono wa nteshi mi pa cho ye pa ye da mo asimu na mo ye juma nya mi shira mo bebre
Ebusafo mamu achi ejimenya do we ye home sense from Westland and pay your banking budget na question me be say me pese me be say finance minister say wa bo ejimanya me nhira no so wa be change your mind no until say obi a we bo wi your mind na we guyan ka da America no na me be say yeni because on yina ye bobosa a man with yina ye bobosa mati say what's na wako bobosa bi na me be sende sikana ashisha manfoto no nwa aja na wanje ya watcho deme on pe de say wo obaga na ha mo osina Anglican so afu William na nado dam kwaku fado manu tumi nti ojen sa tumi su ka kire say to na ye jisika no Burkina fo obianfo ne sika nko nanso mo obianfo sika ma man ni bi obianfo bre no hisha ma foto Palugu dam papa we betina radio so ka kire say onwa ya dam no nwa ka jisikana ba na nwa ka jisikana mba question me pesa me bi so omune madam ase muni yam yadima.
Well, Accra 100.5 FM, 6 more minutes and it will be 8 in the morning. Within the Chief Jerry Forson, Ghana, Yensom, so any area in say, and chair, best answer phone line. So now voice note, Accra, Wahania, but no so at the so still on your expectations and a pay. And I'm a monster, Papa Nato, Minia Bema, Ura Mensa, Udi Asempa. What's Nasi? Emma Scone State Ghana Limited. Ebuja Penny.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what do I do?
Nyamia Tumboko Nanswe.
No,
your pa was watch our mini in Comocranche Bia.
Fantastic.
I was on council watch out me for so much yam. Yo, I was so for yɛmfa ɛnkyɛ sonko mfiri Imascon Estate Limited Emra no pay baby biata utie ye wa fidikasi na wo san so hwa yen e social media so Imascon Estate Ghana Limited ye adwumaku a ye ton ensase papa ya mate ho asam ya munim ye ntata mumubu ampa na amade achi akwakoy ye ensase nsere sitie afei mumu bi nso no mpa ye ensase mode achi aba betobi mahu sa de sitie anokwaredi a yedi ene nsam a ye ka ede fa won sa de tie pepepe na ena no penso ya san aboaboboa no ya sa aboaboboa na nyane ne kyese ye do ye pewasam ye dwene ho bonanza eni efa wohyem na etobi nyankopɔn onhra mo nyinaa
nyame nhyira wo so mini audi asempa e must corner state Ghana Limited kasamafo na one nkoma emu ehwam kama wode abrain right on Accra 100.5 FM ebusu acha nso se ubedi asichira sunny gold brown sugar ya ne de no brands no krokro kama any offices sunny gold brown sugar na make for e de achire wo ye woni cubes enso so e wo ho na fe ye woni bottles so e wo ho
This year by way, a bit may we are said that America crown Donald Trump and Fanu Timmy to 2 year president. Yet Donald Trump is now and to be a Mamisrow and to be a Mamisrow and to be a Mamisrow. To Ghana, you went among what Chassi and Treno, and they say, Banyam and Quana Babomi. So for Babandian woo and to me, a running stamp. No money pound by way. And here Donald Trump to Ghana, you went among what Chassi and Treno, and they say, Banyam and Quana Babomi. So for Babandian woo and to me, a running stamp. No money pound by way. And here Donald Trump, yes, oh, Trana,
all right, lights are Accra 100.5 for press on a pay ginger. To passports and the break for an show no SIA live on Facebook Accra 100.5 FM on Facebook Accra 100.5 FM on Facebook. Ready coffee Mensa Okran de Black Koval
Jacob Nabushama Bonta Darma and from a park with CPK Eric Okubatels Prophet Nasape and Afenso Odi Asempa Isempahima Nadaruma and an idea your Facebook until we live on Accra 100.5 FM.
Mikau say Okonunko Adokon last stop exit junction and Greenfield Scientific Kaba Clinic when ebutu edi omjuma e bade say ayarsani ayarsha when akwadare ewom omo endro tatasha ye betimi ede tu ya de na ase amaw wo de na e stroke ho and me recommend e de amaw sa no pay for ni echem e ho wo tie me e abroche stroke na chewa ma me no papa e ofia e patro direct omo na wade enkonunko Adokon last stop duwa kaso omo emusa Greenfield Scientific Clinic. Now, when every woman say you could empem agro and when you're sexually transmitted infection and her conform with the ammo, what is so don't penimu ja and soon egugu, eternal don't penimu jaudian s sabro fako who caught one ever shema home aton. After the price soldier capsule said yaba, ebe hands will be do. Ebe sanso ammo peak performance babema, which now announce you papa, sanso and a bright garlic plus capsule soon. Moja every dear for son on the pedian emu, ebe sanso support immune system non on pay friend 0243 9839 06 0243 9839 06 so fra Dr. Steven by Tokobajo so Greenfield and or say God is our healer Greenfield or say your last stop if I try your friend I the black red game first na friend kokwa na setuntum say there but Kadi agu phone so etino ekasa no pay no fa phone na bo star 920 star 9 hash star 920 star 9 hash na me pacho wa bomodian so betimi a register na fi wa create two pin na wa pay the test card no e be red and say e be black na say ebemu a instantly sika na be go momo wallet no eso yankasa twen no chena and say wa na wa de bia wa na won so discount enti pacho for phone no say na make yan no abo star 920 star 9 hash star 920 star 9 hash na fe DH
the man or GD pass the next AFCON papa beti ma bo hono modern no the man no e na abra o yin sem bisa no e wo show bi eso e wo joy news no e na like Kingston wedding come no so one de ne obeka nyina ne se e wo se be keep coach Carlos Cross impo a e wo se e bo modern se ye keep no ye adwuma for the next 2 years na what it say ye man 2 years contract no ye mbi do obiso na se na be ya obetimi ama Black Stars no nyema ko ye jama ye.
I always say there is the most traumatic situation in coach's life is you putting players on the field, you are on the touch, and that you don't even know the players, you don't even believe or trust the players' ability. It's trauma. It's trauma for you. Anytime he gets the ball, you don't know what he will do with the ball. You'll be so for me now, if they want to give him 2 years, that's fine. That's fine. But then go back down. Find a coach that will be your project. 2 years. Within 2 years, that coach should be okay enough to handle the U20s. U15s, U17s, U20s. With that, after 2 years, 2-3 years, bring him closer to the first team. Bring him closer to at least 1 year as an assistant, and then after 1 year, boom, that 3-4 years, all the youth players that he's been with, if that time their age is 16 years, 3-4 years, they are 19, 20, and that's the right age for a first team.
We any and some former Black Star player like Kingston or they are too Adrian Nuchi or see Black Stars no. I was share team no around sponsor some specific players. You from your project say Abia players me and so on and now we are building the Black Stars around mo. Name from extra say from collaborate from 12 years no nya abedom kakanga from 18 years no. Na Oma been Edema or my Ghana.
There should be some plan behind. There should be a long-term plan. And there should be a project coach also. Project coach and project players. National teams, every national team have project players. Even club level, the academies, they are project players. You have about 70 players in one academy. But trust me, the owner of the academy have it in their mind that these 5 players in each group, they are the ones that they should pay particular attention to because they have the potential. That's why David knows what I'm saying. David,
at the World Cup, people from Senegal said, President, please leave the trophy where it is. People from Morocco said, President, the decision was taken in our favor.
But a summer car for president to rap practice much to draw up a day and with some so.
Ebusiama yanko ipemu awo Ghana Premier League side the reigning champions media mabobo kwa makati minuanom na yemfe bintos mom na omu coach Ibrahim Tanko formerly now player Emma Borussia Dortmund papa ya kana sema okupie mo media man no na halfway to the season so but who money pa on the media man omo etimi agi the 2025-2026 Ghana Premier League season no di nkomo so no on me say media man the ubo homodi na say nyamako yemanwa akwa ana obekọ so na yake o kan say for last the preparation omo etimi ansa na omo timi Ghana Premier League no.
And we planned very well. Like you said, I have the half season, and before this one that we won the league. The half season, I think I came and meet Stephen and Amakon, which they helped me very well. That's my case very well.
To the 2026-2027 season, or said the Bakua a shame crown pass a medium and over home dear. Ayana Okosropa.
Also, I think it's one of the good thing about Mediama. If you come to Mediama and perform, definitely you are going to go. I think Salim is first as well. So I mean, it's the performance and that will take you out there. But I think we are also happy if some of our players get a chance to. That we are putting in. Like I said, some of them will leave, bring some in. We are going to look at our performance last year, definitely. And we did very well. We won the league, but there are some games that I think we should have done better. So we are going to look at all these things and then look at the new things we think we have to bring so that we will defend our league and then.
We any and some coach Emma Midiama Bobo Kone Ibrahim Tanko or they are too eager.
Ebiswe beto so na fe jade esamne bi ete ama na abrantia ye fen ama Roberto Di Zabi wakasa kakra yentie ne sama odi atudwa.
I feel very good because we are working well. I think we are building a very good team, very important new players, and we are keeping the players at the end of the season. You have no time. It's not the right way to push too much on the principle of the play. Now we have time. We have everything in the right way, in the right place, in the right position to work and to become better and better and better in the quality of the play.
We are sama na dream 11 we say na FIFA penny for mode aba na Shashima say goalkeeper no Vojina of Cape Verde na 4 back and then formation no 4-3-3 na 4 back no Pedro Porro from Spain, Lisandro Martinez Argentina, Dayo Opamecano France and Marco Cuellar Spain, Enim Ho Yensom no Abrante Michael Olise France, Rodrigo Cascante Fernandez ono Esnaka Emma Spain no and Jude Bellingham England na in Holland and so line Messi of Argentina to win any FIFA 11 or more idea by the miraculous then a brother from Pau Kubasi Nidi and Cahobe no amount for Eddie Home come up plans way and a FIFA paying for some more transfer and now fans at Trabano way any FIFA Dream 11 or more Eddie Atu. You know, you should be saying Benjamin Sabeka can also win to make his list way.
Gualama Ekraba and the Liverpool so we are confident here pa so bet me apiti Arsenal and buyer now feel on the signature of Paris Saint-Germain for the fence Bradley Bacola. How we are to the three years of age sanso era as the battle with Manchester United so met me assorted after Bournemouth midfielder Alex Esquota, 22 years of age, Jamaica. Portugal midfielder Bruno Fernandes, 31 years of age. But this are so be committing future no. Manchester United and Red Devils. Now, Oko take care. Besiktas, I'm a transfer sign English midfielder. Joe Ayawol of 26 years of age on the final year of his contract. Newcastle United. Now, Arsenal, I'm say they be really out the same of air captain Martin Odegaard. Now, I'm EBT officer. I would do about 27-year-old nun. And then the confess Emo Sanso and Roma. I'm also every the availability of Chelsea. I'm sent. Man plan what day about 24-hour market. See what account what you want to Samson rehabilitate the Cape Coast Hospital. Samson Arifabese, the JEA Mills Air Library no was Jemu Ejuma ye come upon. Eban water supply challenges a Cape Coast enya honorable a Dihutuma. Ntondi na pa and it's a woman and a fee and when he did and air pomodie a bear uja mind for Edia and you honorable George Justice at Cape Coast Mayor. I don't pay chia on morning dear and in Yansani Abutre na fire uja for Hujuma. In fact, President Mama will make it the right appointment. Now also NDC communicators Richard Ni Ayi or a brilliant communicator, me mona baso. Richard Ni Ayi, draw by a show you so ever which me to wanna meet you to acquire a brilliant
intellectually
NDC4 oh yes NDC4 and keep an eye on him.
My my classmate back birthday your friend Shine meaning they call AUCC in the end I would your friend Shine happy birthday to you Shine Yankupon shop and I can say now in there I would send with the edit Shine 2020.
Sunny Gold Brown Sugar. When you was shopping, beer bang woman. Sunny Gold. Wakafi. Sankratui. FDA and Giatu. Good energy powers the things that people do to empower themselves. It fuels families, communities, businesses. Good energy fuels nations. It gets things going and keeps them moving. Good energy isn't just what we do, it's who we are. Goyle, good energy.
The World Cup is more than just football. It's emotion, passion, and unforgettable shared moments. Hisense TV and the experience everywhere. With stunning visuals, immersive sound, and smooth motion. And as the ocean swell, the more thing it said they always think you wow, which not front row with your football match. From compact 32-inch TVs to massive 116-inch displays and premium laser TVs ranging from 100 to 150 inches. Hisense offers the perfect screen size for every fan and every space. Hisense television delivers the ultimate football viewing experience, keeping you connected before, during, and after every match. This World Cup season, don't just watch, experience it with Hisense. This World Cup, Hisense is offering juicy packages for MTN and DSTV. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people.
If you're sending your MTN back on a whole nabby, be a society. I feel say in Fiat Santi, charge your big time. Get the MTN at 30 promo number. Toyota Land Cruiser Prados, Bakuma Concron, and a Sikape brought 10 million Ghana cities. Need your kick up and a DHT. Connect with Dada Bravo MTN so the video calls, browsing internet, fire business. When you will not follow a push, you need it. Connect to MTN Fiber Mofie, Masika Samno Koshu Momoso. Not go any, it's Sana Mombia, Ubetunu, Ghana. Mumaya MTN at 30 promo in the MTN and Fiat Sanfi Shadano for MTN services. I would want to do my points be the theater Diakesi, who pay to Jimua for star 530 hash. And now for my MTN app, no so Kaisen Shay.
What else? You know what time it is.
And he calls this one lucky. 38 minutes after 8 in the morning. Abshagani so the chief Jerry Forson. Well, I'm applying my member magic short code, no. Star 850 star 5 hash. Star 850 star 5 hash. Review scratch for win. Review scratch for win. And we're going to the up to 1 million Ghana cedis. And in the Muria. Yes, we are. It's a network BIA also a phone BIA 100.5 FM. Any station and no selected. When you are selected 85 Ghana cedis, air call 2,000 Ghana cedis. Over to me at the chat. Name of Chan Cassin, wedding the Cassin. We have my 5 lucky cards, no selected 5 no Ibubako pet. We are now do Momo Pen, no, they are confirming, and no. Game results, remember where we near wallet and so on as you can aba. It's easy, fun, and exciting. Enter dial star 850 star 5 hash. And on the short code, no. Scratch a keke. Nedi Sika say bam. NL in the Diago Bro characters lottery platform, no SO. Super cash games. All right, enter with the 4 bet answer. In the meantime, I'm coffee. Me coffee.
CJ.
Na
Ayi. Na okasa CJ.
Oh, Debbie.
Ayi video bi na me hwɛ sisi a sɛ social media na amanfo bi ka sɛ illegal mine na sɛ galamsey kwan fa so ebitu ase nyina ne sɛ sɛ yɛkyɛw na sɛ bi a woyɛ illegal mine a yɛmmɔ otuo nku okasa na amanfo suggest
yes, shoot to kill.
Shoot to kill. Enti ebi bisa sɛ saa shoot to kill no yes ankrofo na bia so na ka sɛ nka shoot to kill yes ankrofo na bia so na nei sɛ mountumi ya 20 years ɔmo sɛ ano ɔde enti yebe bo bitua ku no
Na edde be kum
20 wasa ba asase su bi wo ne hwan nan kai asem kase
asem
ba ndo wonu sɛ ɛna meka no minority no omane NPP flag bearer Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wɔn konsa wɔm video no na Felicia de ato so
yeah video ni na da Facebook
wɔn kɔ nsawam wɔn kɔ yɛ a wɔn kɔ kyia kyɛma wontumi
wɔn kɔ hwɛ no
ɛna wɔn kɔ kyia no ɛhwɛ na pom sɛnea esi teɛ nti wɔn ni wɔn na wɔn gye nyina ha
video no da Facebook sisi ya
wɔn na wɔn gye nyina ha
The man who won't cut out at the soup, just off the never. Everyone there before. When you be good at asking me, ACDC, yeah, then necessary. That's the kind of seminar, even near Aircool. I'm not here.
Pamela, utie twene wo mu no. Fefiro na meti, friend. Na video say na ko run go plan mi so.
Champagne for the illegal miners, but already
because to me, Korea, Juma, also, I think I also have a 2 hours young. Everyone to me, because what is wrong? And so, what I compare one leg, names and fire people. I'm illegal. And that's now. That's a village of my work at us. The damage today and the chain with. It is good to me when you to me to remember and one. You must sign every my day because you might be able to be a good media. It will be a better abide. All shit. Now, you might know you and the media, and the media, and the better because why you're too much. Today, there will be a fearful or the almost soccer. when I'm seeing
no more to Omon Katas. Yeah. Until I know what I'm saying. So Omon Katas way. So more bit
Oh, me Gideon. Nice and I'm saying
because of Opa, the people I'm in
a course of 1 acre. A yellow crack. And that's all who go be a man.
Oh, I'm beside this. You know. Eh? Honorable Amo Johnson, I'm beside the India. Ono trese ono de ase oni tumi obitwa wakatre ibano yirechi ni nko for the champion for say wo mu fiasa ase no
na yes say
wo disi woni sa tumi na why no no tumi no
yes na tese CJ na yes ono imano yentin de ono no kura tumi krata wode aye ne mining na wie enti wa wie no na
edun po na wo tese Gideon e chese fa krata ne betre
what do you come
am tumi fa mai. So how do we even believe Sakrat and Ukraine? And we
adwuma no esa na so mo mana ye president
open the secret for the one. Express Emra, SSS, only secret for you see a damn new again for one house. There, I do, and it's professional. Living out this way. So, it's usually you don't know.
Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim, or your former national chairperson for the CPP, acting, that not correct me. Former acting national chairman for the CPP, Hajia Atinasi. Your Honorable Alexander Akwaku and him, so and me, I mean, your prince of Susefa and Subabe Kanyaho. But any Hajia Beshen Komonwasi as we wait for my other panel members. Hajia, Salamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
But what's on here?
Minum pa o mi hu pa. Wa hwa.
Papa. Why fe?
Asasi aban.
That mo conference we say ko here the last time you were here na mo ko women's conference.
Ampa.
Yeah.
Dey kama me nchia na me nchia eti.
Eti for jobs.
Na e pro conference won say na ye hwe losa. Ebe shempo. Ebe ye deterrent for more violence against women and children. Until the mobile senators from Nigeria, deputy speaker from Senegal, even the West African Yenya, or being so of Kenya, the kind, and it to and now what you say, you best practices, African countries, no air sub region. Here to say, baby, to say Senegal, they say, equality as it's Omania gender parity, Omania equality. And Kunkum, but M said, you almost one in Nigeria. Yamin Groko. Inti Naye, you busa say, a day na problema. It be affirmative action, no. Affirmative action law, and I say be a gender parity, no. And Hong Kong, because we in Nigeria, some that 3% to say, yeah, into a hard drink. Now, busa say, First Lady of Nigeria, home say no way a senator.
Yeah.
Why ya be a first lady, no? A day na warrior, a bit what mamma more Nigeria, no. To say, Bia. Parliament, House of Representatives. Senators number doors. We had the whole northern Nigeria once. Obaba Kope and the senator. Until you know, the two are doing a issue communicate. Communicating say they call ECOWAS. Say ECOWAS, the
yeah.
Na say they are ECOWAS and AU conventions, about gender parity getting to 2063. They are we cry be an enemy. Nana kind of when you have Papa soldier. Into us one general. And Papa Musa inside the Gana Sky, maybe the man, son. Ubinje. No, so there. Famana Nipanunji. They see a Joey, no, it's Yamra. It's Yamra. Who's about 2-3 years in an air car about those coins and nipa and wouldn't say Upa bro. Coins of Congo. Women who coins for American UK. And I started mean two. Coins or from that. Me who because omo use the coins.
Yeah.
Omo use.
Yeah.
Omo say nipa baby omo pot kitwa bi wo mo fie omo ba no mo de coins na into coins no do time o betimi di ato bibia omo di akoto be Ghana dey see ye dey ye into coins into Ghana Bank of Ghana directors do there e woni kwan because me dem me coins bana sa won je wallahi me fa no ma no na me yes coins no ato wo be so mata dia police be ba be cho e say yankasa citizens no we should take was he on Coprama Kwala because custodian I know me.
Mustafa, spokesman CEO of GEFEC, former Deputy Director General NCA, Prince Atanasi. Prince.
CJ, Michao,
You know the post.
What's it?
Hey, listen, I mean, the post.
Oh, not honor. Oh, a big man.
My madam. So, why am organizer one of the constituencies in Eastern Region.
Oh, okay.
He say me, Muru.
Okay. Okay.
TCJ, me chat here for
That's
you.
it for you.
I hope so.
We'll be out here.
Sorry for being a little.
That's fine. That's fine. And once in a while, I am not traffic and I hear hectic. And I pay Honorable Alexander Kwaku, so afraid say traffic. Yeah.
Traffic behind.
Yeah, me cross side and
very terrible traffic and accident.
Oh, okay.
Accident. Ours was caused by an accident.
Wow. I see. Prince, before I go topics, I was about to say, Major Haji Adventure on the Bank of Ghana's release on the use of their coins here for some time now. I mean, a legal tender there, but to the movie also.
Now, yesterday, the Bank of Ghana had to come through with a press release explaining the sanctions. Say, yeah, the Sikanama owner said 1 year. You are liable to 3-year imprisonment term. And this has been going on for some time. I don't know. So, when you experience with our coins here,
you should then your experience be only said at the end of the day, say with the coins, their value knows so it sometimes depending on the dodo any how much money I also be demand. So be mau base 50 cedis now because it's a coins wash it. Yeah, if I'm a runner or the go. So kita press be near yeah. So it depends on the detail, but the normal toy bro, to
you
so near India, share that experience be okay. And you know, no crap party back kite last time in that experience. But I mean, if Bank of Ghana feel they say we important issue, that's fine. Or more and crack it whip them running there. Yeah, Pemra. Yeah, system. Any probably brave boom rassle all the time. Simple things. Now, to get people to even follow a sensitization is here. Some say Haji, and then I'm in railway. Be home. And I may drink say, okay, Tinipa high just occurred to me, see my dream was say, any pet area home because Nipan and Pakadine a railway, Nipan and home, almost call back and forth.
Yeah.
And we've heard stories of a bit me tamper with we will know I could be trap BB and I could to BB now. Do they understand? Say it's important to they themselves. Our motito so suya so who say we uncle be cry tampa, you should be the first person to sound alarm and I'm a because nyame fasa ma say train be ba na me hwɛ dan a sisi ho ne ade train be ba na say bibi ekoto chima kakra bi a
no skede
you can imagine and I'm a boy.
That's true.
Anti-sensitization no ne akyerɛkyerɛ ɛne yɛne yɛn ho bɛkasa NCCE nom no education nom ne ade ne yɛn ɛni sɛ yɛgyae because kuro no yɛ tim no korɛ paa deɛ nipa bebree and low information citizens too many and in accounting ready agro na yɛde nneɛma a obi bɛyɛ a ebetumi affect. We all saw some of the flooding issues and I know say a bigger issue than obi a sachet water obeto ato a form there but ni nyina aka ho so to say and sensitization no money and know we have to continue because nipa bebre ti kronim bibia form ho omunim nyama bebre ti misinformation ne yi and one say flies it is a Bank of Ghana feels so mobile they were fine but I think the more effective would be the better resource the information service department the better resource NCCE now most importantly we also have to find a way our media space the media space is a problem so media for Juma media is the fourth estate and having dealt with the media for so long behind the scenes from the NCA standpoint and then nowadays also communicating your media space people underpaid, overworked. And also hygiene. And at the moment, I don't believe that the media is able to play its rightful role in your system. And we need some strategy around this to see how a bit more media na nkoye say party B nko anya advantage rather no me and eventually you end up with a situation where no cry entity inflow so serious. I've been talking about this for some time and I want to clarify myself a little bit because now yes me bo media na chikeke as media no enyo mo adwuma ye no kre I believe strong only say media adwuma nko yie, but aseɛ no the root cause no more of how the whole media space any the economic viability which affects the nipa adwuma wɔ hɔ. And when it affects them like that, nipa bebree vulnerable.
For today, but answer no Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited Etun Safre addition nyina nkenka ne emma afie sit Women in Trade and Investment Conference 2026 baso from the 29th to the 31st of July 2026 CBG SME Center Blackmore Kukumlemle ya Bank Paloma from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day under the theme Financial Avenues for Women Entrepreneurs. To way a kwenya uyobana wa wonsanu baby aya woye. In fact, over 70 dynamic SMEs across Ghana and ye boabu amunyina no na yina yeshiem under one roof. Na mjini se beyen fasudie bibre e di amount. Tibomodi anafa ho share the 6th Women in Trade and Investment Conference 2026. Yeah, Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. The brewo open chiremu bia bomodin a na frɛ 0302 216 000 and also betumi email talk to us at cbg.com and also social media platforms Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn and YouTube. And share CBG, we stand with you. Prince, my anxious in few chairman wound to means 20-year sentence and matters arising. Emra ebeto just say plea bargainer na anka and also efa Ghana Export Import Exim Bank loan no ehun Emra Deputy Attorney General they are two just say Attorney General's Department woman rejected sa plea bargain no Emra so you say MPP leadership led by the flag bearer Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Ekon Sawon Eko Chairman Bernard Elchibo Esiako. Prince.
Yeah, CJ, Exim Bank issue, no, I mean, Kasabibre, because news release a buy, according to the prosecution, no, almost are rejected, but Omar detail be as to offer. Or not, Omar rejected. Until for now, on that particular issue, no, me kaho nsem bebre because you need details to crack. Also, Omar reject. If perhaps the public were to know fine print, na maybe to me a comment. But yen kai say it wasn't too long ago, and Dr. Dufour. No, he owed billions, not millions. He owed billions. Only the NNA 3 billion or something like that from the banker and a car. So information ni nyina sa na de ne yakoye. Aboni wu
even under the tenure of the MPP.
Well, I don't know that for a fact, but I know say lawsuit be a honomwa. So when I mention many of these lawsuits, government while in power. So to say often on one and no and on tie crunch charge or mumpo and I could drew jailism. That's been the history. If you look at Nanado timer, NDC every day was telling us Nanado a clearing agent. Okay.
Yes.
They call them clearing agent. Adenya omo ye petition biya na Nanado was referring these things to shrug to the various agencies. But most of the time, the people that omo refer, where it was coming back set from at least shrug any those institutions say almost shame no BBI and that was turned into a clearing agent. Nowadays, under this government is almost shame crab you. And so much is happening, and with the super majority our government it looks like a lot of things are getting shut down. This is the truth. We are actually worse off than we used to be. Maybe because the previous government, at least as at the second term, now almost a hung parliament. And perhaps now pressure will hold more, now scrutiny higher. But with the super majority that Yediama NDC for we can see even Bank of Ghana governor, question no near the crumbs of media and cover because I hear.
Affected CD.
Can you imagine? Meanwhile, in the previous government, at least the Bank of Ghana governor was questioned often. And the media. And this is what you get when you give such power to a particular party. And they say $240 million dollars and a gold board for Lucy. Right? And also was shut down. By the way, 240 million, a year 2.5 times the amount Yensom cathedral. I repeat, this gold board, I so Timiton gold and the prices a quan a costro, the Timiton gold the Samboka, near Boca 240 million. 240 million is 2.5 times the amount Omode a share cathedral.
Yes. KPMG Abeka say as per the
it was a little bit less than $100 million that was spent.
Yes.
So compare 240 million to 100 million. Okay, we mathematics and you may not make it up anything. You're talking gold. Per some analysis, amanyo no yenyina ye ya hweye uwo amanyo mu a now waban especially you have to remember say you will not be there forever. Ebi to me for o ebi somehow ebi more enough influencer no matter which party comes in they seem to be safe. It has happened. For example, we had the indemnity clause PNDC for all those who committed any error of omission or commission. That's what the indemnity clause said. They say they cannot be questioned in any court of law. That was in the constitution. And omo afa omo ho adi. Nti omo ye bibi kra na omo fa omo
MTN attached pro make every move count. Adia. Chairman to me sentence and matters arising exam bank plea bargain attorney general are rejected.
So the menu as a pakan. Attorney general reject here. You knew the details. Sikano so meaning 30 million. 30 million cedis. Or the 20 nearby and almost see omunji. And also or the 10 and now or the 5. And no, I say attorney general number out and country. Because that reminds me to say national service lady and so the CMC will discuss 22 and not 23. Then any team will do 20 by yes, because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. My idea ebe year to say
I know I'm to
say my idea ebe kase bia ye yim eno na ma krum enjo because the bibia say assume see the what me aye ama no I don't know bintin there because e bia on ben me and I want me party back into na me the attorney general no me say me pass e menya his excellency John Dramani Mahama ka cho say won hwe an attorney general because him say was say any party and I was saying na aba because would obi akọ court na say nipa no si e bia sika we de metimi atua si na de ono wo court dada ye di na asem wo bae no wa clear no agi 60% say Kofi go and see no more na e bia obi de enya wo party banti o si wonje eno de menti ase because we believe in fairness in this country CJ wa me mami kan chawa di banko me kremoni first Ghanaian second and son I make about politics because in kind of say one day the day of reckoning you be book account. That is what is guiding my in politics. Into no say me nya me come will be as na me you be because yakupon class yem bompa yem maye leaders. Yem bompa yem ma de omo wo edwuma ku e bia omo leading kofo to take decisions that will inure to the benefit of the people, not the few. Na say bia wuntumi akwaji loan eji loan a same wuji loan a bank ne beka say tua wuntumi ntua e bia wo nyoma bia e di tabo na ka na sen beto so but eno no enche say saa de no betumi edi wa akwaji anamebwa if I'm wrong correct me because nipa omo adi bank car na e bia sees omo dying omo cars and nkekaye to look at the value of all the properties, assets, and and the one. Now say be on no to me say and or dealing with one. Or so my idea so I didn't concern only about mining. Mining so They still maintain you.
But then I want to say, how do you?
Maintain say, they coach you more assassin so no, the more you free. Not the or no nasase.
Some cooperative with.
Oh, baby. Bia me 40 won to me say. Say bia wo assassin ye wo de. Wo si wo di ama obi for reclamation on dua coconut.
Yeah.
Coconut. Inti wan fa ho
That back on I'm sure.
maybe I want here
Be back on who I'm broad daylight. We are by 1 p.m. Broad daylight. Machine CC.
Oh, the issue is that
broad daylight.
Media me can't send. Me can't send. Politicians. Timemufo and in Kekanyina, we are all Biafrans. Nyachuno, a dozen. My yes, how because our forefathers they mined gold and in Kekay, but that is not how they did it. In Chrimano Mobebano, my yes, the Crofua, in Chrimano de Biobe Casey. I she a grave cry, a Casey. House a Bequaco Politu or being. It's my brother, me, papa. If you say, be more, I'll buy no person. Me, that is my conclusion. That is my conclusion. And I have the right. It is my
it's your opinion.
It's my opinion.
Yes.
Anybody can disagree with me, and
absolutely.
it's that person's opinion.
Yeah.
But
that's it.
Hadia Hamdatu Ibrahim and Yete Nenkano. Asase no initially Yetono and they watch me 20,000 Ghana cedis. Full plot. Or total 20,000 Ghana cedis so some 30 bags of cement. Now for why home kata seminar at the account. I hear and American wants me Prince Majel Properties. Prince Majel Properties. And Sasia what it is from 40,000 Ghana cedis reduced to 20,000 Ghana cedis plus. Free 30 bags of cement and documentation. Site planning denture in a account. Saturday, you call site inspection to make me a 20,000 cry to amount. Which means so a triano in installment. Kakran. You want Sasino, Shy Hills. It been so Chopoli and Dawa. Prince Majel, a chill coin, a Shyman traffic light. Lina Pharmacy. Wow. My number is with 0557 111 078 0557 111 079. Not only Prince Majel at train and come Prince Majel Properties as a sepa FC. Prince.
Yes, sir.
Your expectations from the Honorable Finance Minister and the mid-year budget review. Specific expectations that you want to hear him, or some of the things that you want to hear him talk about. Prince.
Yo, I'm say, you senior abai bae. So far no omoyoma. And to me, government way so far no, I know settings government. Yeah, can't settings more pro max. Settings more pro max because it looks like just PR and government and so well. And by PR, I mean any settings. You can see. The NTI be more free government content creators near day. You know, but we know we get on a camera, you call emergency room cry, or you could custom or na camera etia. And sa settings ya say ya komu trim too much. Cause omo bano propaganda and omo de buy into no omo ntimi nyai. Aka omo ho. And I omo de. And I almost do so more. But at the end of the day, no, I was seeing who say, we have settings na be do baby no. I was say accountability and the biggest accountability no be 2028. You do 2028 and near ma aban hye be brain no I was so mo ba no mbebu ho akonta. Number 1 that Ghana for nyina koma so any 24-hour economy meboa or billboard so during the elections. Youth unemployment continues to be a biggest problem Okromuha. With millions of youth, Greater Accra no you see youth unemployment about 50%. In other places 9 year crab 30% there at the whole. And you know that means there's a need for us as take you over no na economy no recover. IMF idi who dance say here cross a bay any extension of the program because government net me achieve targets ni na meboa and say IMF program no the original one no I ending. That means ya ko at crisis are nyina ye ko mu and the crisis This all began around the world in 2020. And that crisis here, yare could be away by and being serious, say, yeah, lifetime there. Now, a being see. The last time a BBC happened in 1920s, so baby, with the flu pandemic. Now, Abawi, a nearma, a torchma, a nearma boar, a courser, a nipa, a go through hardship. Governments be brave follow around the world. UK in the last 10 years, and 7 prime ministers. US, and 1-term government is to us to say, MZ 4. Donald Trump, a bye. About 16 billion. Our be a friend sterilization. And look at inflation, no, and conform say room. The government need to send a beya, omobe sake, sika every system, nimuna price, and your day, and cost. 16 billion cedis at a minimum. Sakam you know in Quano, extra how much are yet here, send a beya, your numbers, no, a bear fantastic. Now, Okasa Nema Munu Bomwa. It's about 25 billion. And then you ask, and overall, no, according to your analysis, no, Bank of Ghana real cost for last year, Anya Krane about 34 billion. Ebimo say 44 or thereabouts. Billion cities. TAS Anya in area, no. Question is say, and Fasudie Bain and Yenye free home. These are the key questions. Expecting say government beba ababeki kaniema bebre say omo ye fiscally responsible almost spending according to their cut their coat according to their own size. And they ombe kikasa nemanina. But in to me, the key question is for how has this benefited us? How has this budget no so no etimiama government and niema promises na me kan ye no omotimi meet those
patients from and there. Mid-year budget review. What would you want to hear the finance minister tell Ghanaians?
Where I want to hear. Ha. Man, what's always listens to come ministers departments no money.
Okay.
I didn't person tip because we share or mass and see you're not coming to ask for any additional
budget.
Yeah. The approve that the more approve that it's kind of
okay.
So they realign and then maybe do certain things. So share disaster by almost they are not going to use the consolidated fund. See, if it is a contingency, BBB, economic office, and that they will do it with the night. Now, me, as some capra because there were some fallouts, whether we like it or not, from certain ministers. ABA, finance minister, no, and I deputy Nabeka BBA, or more account. Let me example, agric minister.
Agric and the finance minister.
Can't say, or say, hey, Papa no Casano. Greek minister
visibly, yeah, in the sorry. Sorry.
And one sika we aba me ho na me hu later no mo see omo aka asem no na be asem no a o kan no so ya nti no papa say bia na asem no na sika no it was in the pipeline. Omar release so it's in the pipeline, but enyan group agric minister because this is the first time in the history of this country. Finance minister Bekasa said their mama we na minister utimi hu say kai asambe na yakan because minister no so dream because you see planting MPP na planting for food and NDC planting we be catch so bitimi as up and gold dress ntembia nipa no dem na the gold no brand no go empa no busan so gold was say where dey possible me wi ana obehye hwa da obehye no ya deba kese
Basha no gold dress no.
Obehye wa hye you see wo de kwa obi obehu say wo hye gold
na me uche de na se no da so no anangwa.
oh mami pensila
Yeah, no close.
oko ye na wo so isu a amanfo so siko fan so mu di nechi ohu ayefe ina small boy say say ne de pare won na be deja o nti we ma no ye hwe ni enya all praises na ye praises papa me ti we me safaya madam for na say be say 1 month 2 months one who bibi aka say oh haja see na me no say we anyada so obi fofo hu catch na me madam for
Minister Fab the bia
want me am point this mistakes of
yeah
that the essence of not see itself if not by reflection of a different object and no
you're right you're right
yeah bibia
you're right haja
ye hwe ni me binye this you but me person your mama on succeed because I'm a president Adam Boa. Sana Nana Kufuor di free SHS but me see in the Nkrumah time time called school free or Bolgatanga instrumental copy big boss when trade school fees be it's an improved version of free education. No nobness ye benefit from Nkrumah's policies no. Nti ya dia anyway also on budget there no increment but adia omo be approve in November omo ye allocation appropriation ne kekan ne nyina no omo ma en ministries and departments no en feel omo ntim wage. It's not about Atu is forcing. Almost singing Atu is forcing. No musun. Me na make a trail.
Home cry.
Outside gentility, home cry.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, because someone because
I will spend it, Chief. The fact is, capital expenditure has reduced. Expenditure 41.9% below target. So the only part of the budget I say spending the way more planning payroll. minister, ne finance minister, we say he's kind of crowd here they pursue Feed Ghana program. Yeah, the Emma. Intino.
Releasing.
Yeah, so much of this galamsey fuel growth and it doesn't really impact many lives out there. The youth that are looking for work and no any and if government expenditure keep on cutting, Forson will look good with statistics.
But then if you look at another element, which is exciting, is that government, again, for the 2026, has made an allocation of 160 million. So there's an increment in terms of allocation to the Ejumawura program. Now, when you come to the National Apprenticeship Program, for 2025, the allocation was 300 million. And then government has been able, so far, for the 2025 budget, released a total of 220 million, over 220 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program, which is also very significant, 74%. Now, with NAP, government has a target of 10,000 jobs per annum, 10,000. And then they have an average of 30,000 Ghana cedis to get a young person to start up a business. So that was the basis for the 300 million. So that when you have 10,000 young people and you set aside 300 million, at an average of 30,000 could help them start up a business. Now, the concern we have for 2026 is that that has declined by over 130 million in terms of allocation. So from 300 million, we are now back to 170 million allocation for 2026. So that means that we may not be able to meet the target set for the NAP program. Okay. Okay, so that is it for the two flagship programs, and those are the observations we've made. Now we move to the District Assembly Common Fund. And then also, we're excited to begin to make the statement that there has been a lot of compliance, like compliance when the acts were established. So if you pick the YEA Act and the NYA Act, the YEA Act was enacted by this House in 2015. And so in 2016, government already started complying by allocating 6.6%. We'll get to that graph, to YEA. C. So what you are going to see in this table is that allocation to NYA, and then 10% to YA. So we could say that there was full compliance with both provisions. And then for 2018, there was also full compliance, but we began seeing decline from 2019 to 2020 up to 2.5% at 2021 of the same allocation. But you could also find that even in 2020, for example, or 2019, when it had declined to 4%, the total, like the absolute figure had increased because the allocation to the DACF keeps increasing year by year. So that is the reason for that. And then for YEA, if we look at it, the compliance started from 10% to 19 when it declined to 8 to 9 and then to 5%. So it means that they have been looking at both figures. So you see, for 2020, it halved to 2.5 for NYA and went to half for the YEA. So that has been the trend. Now, when you move to 2022, we have 1.79% for NYA, so from 5% to 1.79%. And then it came to 0.6% in 2025 in YA. And then YA from 3.75 also to 0.6% in 2025. And so what we did was that we could already tell that this was going to fizzle out. And so during the budget estimate for 2026, we met with the committee and then made the presentation again saying that this is actually the information we have received from the National District Assembly Common Fund. So this data, we got it from the District Assembly Common Fund, indicating that this is what is happening with the allocation and the disbursement. So we met with this committee, and then we said that it was nearly impossible to have full compliance in 2026. So we are making a proposal for at least 2.5%, a jump from 0.6% for each of the agencies to 2.5%. That was the proposal or the recommendation we made to this committee. But when the formula for 2026 so when the formula for 2026 then came out, then there was no allocation to these two agencies. And so our anticipation was that it was going to be taken out, and then actually it happened. That was our fear. That is why we are here today, to see how we could, Jojo, if that is the right word I could use here. In terms of the decline, if you want to see it pictorially, we then put the, I'm colorblind, what color is this? Blue. So if you look at the blue graph, you see the YEA, that represents Youth Employment Agency, and then the green is for NYA. So you see 6.6% in 2016 for YEA when the act was established in 2015. So they just, implementation was just, or compliance was just rapid, fast, 6.6 to 10, 10, 10, 9, and then the decline coming up to 0% in 2026. So it's gone. And then we have from 2017 when they started with the NYA Act, also full compliance, and then it's gone, fizzle out. So the reflections we are having is that this is actually even the time that we need more funding for the youth space, especially that there's a new ministry established for youth programming. Now, the observations we are also having is that, yes, YEA, for example, also has other allocations elsewhere, but their work is also enormous because the youth unemployment is high in this country. And so we need funding from different sources to be able to surmount the unemployment situation in this country. And so if you lose your statutory allocation, any other thing would be discretionary. And so we find that we are shifting more to discretionary funding rather than statutory allocation, which can be worrying for planning, for predictability and everything that comes with statutory allocation. We decided to do another check with the follow the money to see actually in terms of what DACF says, okay, we have been able to disburse to National Youth Authority, and actually what National Authority also says they have received, just to be able to be sure that whatever is transferred is actually what is received. So we made a request to District Assembly Common Fund in 2025, requesting for this data from 2017 to 2025, indicating how much has been sent to NYA, not YEA. This one wanted to test it with NYA. And then also send the same request to NYA, indicating how much has been received. So you find some discrepancies. I will just jump to 2020. So for 2020, you find that this Assembly Common Fund indicated that 64 million, over 64 million has been disbursed to NYA. NYA reported to have received 29 million. Then we have 48 million for 2021, and then 40 has been received by NYA, 64, and then versus 49, and 66 versus 19. And then for 2024, NYA, this Assembly Common Fund was able to give us, if you go back to this graph, for 2024, District Assembly Common Fund indicated that 2.5% of the District Assembly Common Fund, in the same request, they indicated that 2.5% of the money was sent to NYA, but they couldn't give us the actual figure. But then NYA indicated that they acknowledged that in 2024 they received over 37 million Ghana cedi from the District Assembly Common Fund. And then for 2025, this is just for the first quarter, because as at the time we made this request, they were able to give us what was disbursed or released to NYA as of the first quarter. That's why we have a low figure here of 5 million. Already they were expecting 45 million for 2025. So that's the observation we made. So to come to key observations based on all of these presentations, we think that, or we have observed that the continuity of the government flagship initiatives such as the Jumaura and the NAP is commendable. It has to continue, as this will continue to or contribute to the job creation for the youth of this country. And then it has also been made clear during the presentation that the Jumaura government is doing very well in terms of committing to its financial obligations and has even increased the allocation from 2025 to 2026 by 60 million Ghana cedis. However, we've observed a decline of a total of 130 million in allocation. Sometimes allocation could be low, but in terms of actual release, they could release more. Right now, we're talking about allocation, which is 130 million less of what was projected for 2025. And then if you have a target of 10,000 jobs, and then allocation is less, then there could be a challenge. We also note that they are also not doing well in terms of the expenditure, in terms of like spending the money. Okay. Then we also made the observation on the total non-compliance in 2026, that there was nothing for the youth. And we were making some calculations, because when the youth agencies were here, they also, when they are making the budget estimate, they also project how much they are expecting from these shares. So if you put the two agencies together for 2026, this year, the two agencies should have been allocated a little over 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. But that is not to be expected. So we are having some recommendations to the committee for your reflection, that we restore full statutory compliance with Section 17B of Act 939 and Section 23C of Act 887. And we are thinking of two ways that can be done, achieved. The DACF and Minister of Finance should transfer funds directly to decentralized NYA agencies, so that funds could go direct to the districts where already we have members of parliament, where you could have oversight. Because right now, funds to NYA is done at the centralized point. Could it be decentralized, so that when the DACF funds is going, we have some guidelines that says that, okay, this is for youth development or investment, and then it goes straight. Then the second one, yes, the disbursement guidelines, if it is possible to have a guideline that says that, okay, already block these funds, and then it goes to the YEA and the NYA, so that we don't have to subject it too much to some processes that we would like your guidance on. So these are the reflections or the recommendations we have for the committee. Thank you. Yeah, so Chairman, with your leave, I'm done.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We've just been joined by some honorable members And so I'll give them the opportunity to introduce themselves. Then we can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tony Mier, Member of Parliament for Dr. in the Ashanti region, and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Damata Amapianima Salam, Member of Parliament for the good people of Efijakwa Abre South, and a member of this committee.
All right. My name is Mustafa Tanko Amadou, MP for Bia West, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
My name is Vincent Okwasifa. I'm the ranking for the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, ranking, I think you are familiar with the agency. They met us before, and today they are here. They've just finished with the presentation. And so I was waiting for you and the chairman to come, but since you were not in fact, looking at the time, we needed to start for you to come. So you are in. So I will hand over the mantle to you. I'm going for. Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. So members, I think that we've all listened to the director. He's done the presentation, but we're expecting to have the presentation before they start. Clark, you didn't get members' copies. So I don't know how soon you can get the copies for members, for them to, or you can send a soft copy for them to go through. And then, so the floor is open for members to make your inputs, ask questions, and whatever contributions that you have. Yeah, Honorable Ramsey, you have the floor.
Yeah. I want to be here, just here, the last point. This is where what you want us to do is, that's what I want to focus my attention on. The second one, the disbursement guidelines should be revised so that NYA is 5%, NYA is 10% are transferred directly at the point of DACF release, rather than being subjected to discretionary reallocation during the formula process. So what do you mean by that? During the formula process, what do you mean by that? I want clarity on that. Okay, thank you. So we know that each time the District Assembly Common Fund formula is prepared, it has to be approved by Parliament. And if you look at the trend or the trajectory, each year they do give something. But then, because in the formula, for example, there was an indication that about 88% of the funds should be sent directly to the District Assembly Common Fund, that already put pressure on the 100% allocation there. And then you are also having 15% of this also going to be inserted in that formula. So you find that in designing the formula, the guidelines that says that 88% should go to the assemblies is already a limitation for Parliament to consider other statutory obligations such as this, including NADMO. So in fact, this Assembly Common Fund formula always comes with 3 agencies that also benefit from the District Assembly Common Fund. These 2 youth agencies plus NADMO. So for this year, they are all taken out. I'm not saying that is the reason, or we are not saying that's the reason, but the reason could be the guideline that says 88%. But could it be that we look at the guidelines to also make room to include this? Okay, so that's where my question is. Yeah. Because the law that you are actually
relying on states. The YEA law, 23C, 10% of this assembly's common fund, subject to the formula approved by Parliament. Are you, by this, asking us to change the law? Because if you don't change the law says subject to the approval of the formula. So by any means, it is what Parliament does. That should be the basis. But I'm thinking, I don't know whether you are global figure that you are using based on the data, the figure that you gave, the table that gives the extent of releases. If you can go to that table. Yes, this one.
So we can come to this.
Okay. So these figures, are they based on the formula approved by Parliament? Are these figures based on that formula approved by Parliament? Or they are based on the global figures that you think, by your calculation, common funds should have released? Because if you take the 88%, like you said, what the guideline says, I don't think if you pick that 88% out, you are going to get the projections that you are given.
Yes.
Yes. So are you by this suggesting the change in the law? Otherwise, then your figures don't match up.
Okay, so fortunately for us, these figures are not coming from us. We are not making any projections. This is real data based on the formula and based on actual release. So all of the monies you've seen here is given to us by this National Common Fund. That in 2017, this percentage of the DACF was allocated and this money was released. You get it? To YEA, we are not making projections. This real data. So if you pick any of these figures, it's actual amount. And then they've also acknowledged receipt. So I give you an example of this table of the NYA example, where this National Common Fund indicates how much has been released in money, absolute figures, year by year. And then NY also acknowledging how much they receive year by year from 2017, absolute figures. So then you even find that there are discrepancies in terms of what DACF says they have sent versus what NY. Okay.
I want to be clear. You see, last year when you appeared, was it last year or last year? Last year, when you appeared, and I can understand 2020, up to 2024, I can understand. But 2025 and 2026, apart from the formula, there are guidelines released by the Ministry of Finance for the district assemblies to spend 25% on 24-hour economy market, 10% on education, 20% on education, and the others. Those guidelines serves as rigidities so that they don't even get an opportunity. The assembly don't even get opportunity. And the president says 80% of all the common fund must go directly to the assembly. So I want us to remain in 2026, for instance. Your projections, are they based on, because those formulas also came to, the formulas comes with their regulations. So it means Parliament approved them. Are your, the money that you're projecting based on the 80% and then the rigidities that have been placed, or it is after the rigidities that you are, the two agencies are supposed to get those money that are not sent? I want the clarity on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would also need some clarification to understand, if you look at the formula approval versus the guidelines, which one binds. Because if you go into the formula, you don't find the guidelines, disbursements, nitty-gritties. The guidelines come as a separate document. Which one would be superior in terms of adherence?
So, Mr. Chair, the guidelines are all parts of commitment authorization that the ministry gives to every to the Ministry of Local Government. You see, the commitment authorization is also law that was passed by Parliament. So it binds. The guidelines are binding because they are part of the commitment authorization.
Great, then that can help me understand, answer. So that is why we are making a proposal that, for example, in the 2026 formula of the DACF, the NADMO, YE, and NY were completely missing. In those same formula, you don't find 20% for 24-hour market economy. You don't find the disbursement, like how they the rigidities in the formula. But in the implementation, it becomes superior. So we are thinking that, could we navigate that? So for example, if it doesn't appear in the formula, but the youth are actually not in Accra or in the formula, they are actually at the, where the guidelines are implemented. Could we then benchmark also 20% for youth development or youth investment, just like the 24-hour market economy? So that's the thinking we are having, that if it cannot go into the formula, but we still have the youth down there, and there's a guideline that can come in and support in how the district spend the district assembly common formula, can we then prioritize them at that stage in terms of, I don't know if that is clear. Okay.
And finally, I like the last statement. You see, if you come to us with a proposal, like you should find a way in the formula, that is appreciable. But if you come with a data that tells us this is what should have been given, but this is what was given, legally it becomes problematic because your law actually says that subject to the approval of Parliament. So if Parliament approves it and it approves a formula, that is the law. So your share is subject to. So I believe that it's a good point to start. But if you start from the point of demanding, you see, I'm talking like this because when you appeared before us the last time, I'm a member of the budget committee. I confronted the ministry with your data, and explanations were given. So I want us to start it from the point that you made from the last point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you for the opportunity to have the engagement with our people. Elaji, are you okay? Are you fine? Okay.
I'm good, Chairman.
Let me ask you a general question before I go to your table. This engagement you are having with us, have you had same with the ministry that supervises the agencies, the Ministry of Youth and Sports? Have you had this with these same figures?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Have you had same with DACF?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so then let's go to your table. From 2017, now that I'm clear that you've had this with them. 2017. No, not this one. DACF versus NYA. Fantastic. Look at 2017. DSF, which is the agency that does the disbursement, says we've done 76,186,248.13. And YEA says they have been overpaid with a difference of 218,000. What did they tell you about it? Because I gave you this much, I gave you, and I said I gave you 10 CD, and you are saying you received 20 CD. What was the explanation they gave you?
No. So, Chairman, we haven't requested for explanations. What we have done is trying to understand how much is being allocated to the point of disbursement, to the point of received, also to the point of expenditure, how they've expended the money and why we've done that. So what we did was that we only asked for information to be able to triangulate, or what do you call it, to be able to validate that, oh, if you actually say you have sent this amount of money, they should be able to receive same, like you said. So it's just an observation. We are not, we call it observed discrepancies. To the point that this DACF, if you check 2024, they've indicated that 2.5% has been allocated or disbursed, but they themselves could not give us the figure. We requested again for the information. We did a follow-up on 2 questions. First, why the gap of 2024? And then also, on what basis have they been given the disbursement? Any legal provision from 2017 to date? Then they said they don't have any legal. We have the documentation. If you want, we could, with your leave, we could project them for you to see their response. That we don't have any legal basis. It's based on discretionary allocation. So for these ones, we followed up on the 2024 gap and the reason or the legal basis for giving monies from 2016 till date. And now there's a decline or a closure to the disbursement. So we actually don't have the answers, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. A follow-up. I want to believe that per what we understood, you are a youth group that is actually fighting for the betterment of our youth. And somebody says, I have invested this much into the youth you are standing in for. And somebody says, no, I have received more than you said you have paid. And you didn't get to get them to give you an answer. Are we sure we are actually having the youth at heart?
They've always had reservations. When you are a youth agency, because of I don't have the basis. The politicization of these agencies in terms of how we do appointment there's always that fear to even speak up, because the question would be, how are they even functioning without these allocations or with these discrepancies? Some of the officials at NY will tell you that they are doing them a favor giving them the money. And so they are careful to even talk about it. So it has to take this body to be able to have a conversation with these agencies, that we can also support the committee with the evidence we have, so that we could have a closure to the matter. So, thank you.
Quick follow-ups. You see, (2018) excellent. 2020, DACF says we have released 64 million. YEA says we have received 29. Now, between 64 and 29 is a huge. Where would that balance be sitting? I checked your recommendations, and you didn't factor these differentials in your recommendations, because if you say that we are developing our youth and we are funding with this amount, your recommendation should be telling us that we should help you make sure that whatever is released from DACF gets to NYA, so that we don't end up creating millionaires who never will be.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree. Thank you. We'll add that to the recommendation.
I hope you
yes,
get what
it's very valid. Yeah, thank you so much.
Finally, Chairman, on 2024, that is also not captured in their recommendations, because the whole 2024, you can say you have received 37 million, when the one who financed the 2027, the 37 million, is silent on how much he has given. Then how did you receive it? That's why I asked from the beginning, have you engaged them? So if you have to come and meet us, you have to come and meet us prepared, so that we know where we can take it out from. But I beg to say that next time you engage them, please, if you really want to help the youth, even if they have to ride you like a horse to get the answers, get it, so that we, the policymakers, will know where to start from. No, we, the lawmakers, sorry, will know where to start from. But if you give us this vague, and there are so many lapses in per job, we can't go fishing. So you have to bring the fish, then we'll help you slice it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director, a follow-up to his question and comment. Looking at the 2020 NYA receivables, I want to know whether you went the extra mile to find out what actually caused the reduction in the amount, bringing it to about 29 million. Was it because of the COVID and the post-COVID effect? Did you do an extra check to find out what the reasons were?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our conversation with the youth agencies had been that, first of all, at some point there was a capping of the District Assembly Common Fund. I'm not quite sure of what was capped. It's one of it. Also, because of the understanding within NYE that it was a discretionary allocation. It was only in early 2025 that, again, when we met with NYE leadership, one of the officials again mentioned that it was discretionary. And the CEO said no, it's statutory. And so they will be expecting that government would comply. So in terms of the decline, is basically about how the agencies also position themselves amid COVID and the capping. These are some of the arguments that have come up.
Thank you.
Sir, just a follow-up question. Do you have a similar table for the YE, especially from 2022 to 2026? Has there been any release to that effect?
No, so we haven't done the releases we've had. We've shown it here. In terms of what we haven't done is the discrepancy. So if we check this table.
So I asked for 2022. Do you have that from 2022 to 2026?
For YE, yeah, 2022 is here. It's here for YE. To the extreme right. So you have in 2022 it was 3.75% out of 10%, and then 5% in 2023 out of, and then 5, and then 0.6.
So these figures were given to you by
the
DACF?
Fund, yes.
Have you confirmed that from the YE?
No, they haven't responded. So
because per the information I get from YE, from 2022 or from 2023 to 2026, per the document I have seen, there are no releases on their books.
Yeah, they haven't responded. So even for NYE, the very first time we sent them a request, it took them 9 months, and it had to take the intervention of the Right to Information Commission for them to give us the data. It was just hell, but with DACF and the Minister of Finance, they are very fast when you request for this information. But for the agencies responsible, it's very difficult.
So can you share that particular information with us, especially the one from the DACF, yes, so we will direct the clerk to make sure that there's a formal request from this committee to confirm same from the YE whether there has been such releases, so we can be able to be able to confirm.
Thank you,
what we have been told.
Very much.
And secondly, have you also been given reasons as to the decline in terms of the figures? And I am much particular about the zero releases that have been given. Do you have specific reasons to that? Is it in relation to the Podo versus Attorney General case. That is why they are giving such reasons.
So we asked the basis of compliance from the District Assembly Common Fund because the data clearly shows that they were doing very well with compliance. So we asked them if they have basis for allocating the monies to this agency. They said they have no basis. And we also have that document we can share with you. We asked a question.
Even with a zero release?
No, so with the zero release, it just came up for the 2026 formula. That we haven't engaged them on why. No, we have. We met with the administrator himself. In fact, to be fair to the administrator, he invited us because he has seen our campaign on social media and he reached out to ask for us to have a conversation. And so when we had the conversation, he said at some point it had to be taken out because if you look at the decline, you will see that somebody already would want it out. Like, not like, no. He said that, in fact, if you look at the decline, the trajectory, you know that it was fizzling out. Okay, and then if you come to the point of the guidelines, which I mentioned earlier, in terms of how much, because
he checked the map in terms of the total revenue, because I know that it is done by the percentage of the total revenue. So if this year we get 8.7 billion, and we give you 20 million, and next year we get 6 billion, and we give you 15 million, you cannot just say that because there has been a reduction from 20 million to 15 million, somebody wants to fizzle that out. So you should have done that calculation to be sure whether indeed somebody wanted to get out.
Yes.
I am particularly interested in this particular one because I get the sense that the DACF want to use the Podo versus Attorney General as a basis for denying NYA and YEA. So I am just trying to direct you so that we get to that point as to whether YEA, as to whether DACF is indeed following that script. Because this year, when you check their own allocation, or if you like, the allocation that Parliament approved, if it is the case that revenues or allocations are supposed to be made exclusively to only district assemblies, is it the case that in their own allocations, they actually gave allocations only to district assembly? That's not the case. Because if you check, you see DRIP administration. DRIP administration has nothing to do with district assemblies common fund. If you check reserve funds, it has nothing to do with district assemblies. In fact, if there is commitment to make sure that we support youth development, job creation, youth empowerment, and all that, the DACF cannot allocate over 130 million for itself as operations. Then you leave 20 million or 30 million that you can give to the youth agencies. So I just wanted us to direct ourselves to that point, whether if the basis is Podo versus Attorney General, their own allocation in 2026 does not support that argument. So if you can give to agencies that are not for purposes of youth empowerment and youth development, then you can as well give it to the YEA and NYA.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree. We had the Podo versus Attorney General conversation, and then he said even though it was not explicitly mentioned in the ruling to take out the youth, because I have read the judgment a number of times, and I saw they didn't get it so linked to the youth agencies, but they are actually leveraging on that. But like you rightly mentioned or argued that there are other agencies that don't really fit into their mandate, but they still give them the allocation. So it has to do with commitment, and it has to do with people letting them see, especially this committee, how they could go around it. And we think that this is the best place for us to come, for you to push forward for this. Thank you.
So, okay, you want to add something?
I wanted to ask if they have a copy of the Podo and other verses. Do you have a copy?
Yes, please. I have a copy.
You have a copy?
Yes.
Can you read it? I mean, a portion. I mean,
should we read the judgment, the conclusion? Okay.
But have you seen something expressly in the judgment that says
No,
that?
please, to the best of our understanding.
So if you have,
let
if
me
you have
now
the
project
judgment, you can just read the reliefs first, because the reliefs will guide us as to what the judgment should be. Why did they go to court? The plaintiffs or the applicants, why did they go to court?
It's coming up.
Yes, expand it a little bit. Keep expanding.
Okay, so the issues for determination were whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 252 of the Constitution, the term total revenues means all revenues irrespective of source. And then whether or not upon a true and proper interpretation of the Constitution sections 3, 2, 3, 5, and 7 of the earmarked funds capping and realignment Act 2017, Act 947, and section 1262 of the Local Governance Act, Act 916, are inconsistent with Article 252 of the Constitution to the extent that the said statutes purport to limit the proportion of revenue to be allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund to tax revenue. Then whether or not the purported exclusion of the District Assembly Common Fund from the disbursement formula of benchmark revenue from oil operations as provided for in sections 3, 16, and 21, as well as the first schedule of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, is inconsistent with or in contravention of the Constitution. So, Chairman, would leave you to clarify.
Clearly, the reason why the applicants went to court was to look out for what constituted total revenue. Simpliciter. It is possible that the judge, or if you like, the judgment could have mentioned by way of an obiter dictum that, oh, YEA and NYA should not be receiving, but that cannot be a statement that will be binding. And I think we should all understand that. Yes. An obiter dictum cannot be a binding statement on anybody. The people who actually went to court to understand what total revenue of the state really was. It had nothing to do with as to whether or not allocations could be made to the YEA or NYA. And so I think that as a committee, we should, as a matter of urgency, bring the DACF administrator here so that the DACF administrator will give us reasons or the rationale behind the dwindling, if you like, the reduction in the amount of money that is being given to the YEA and NYA. If anybody uses the Kodo versus Attorney General, in my understanding, that cannot be the case because the court did not actually look at that matter as a matter of relevance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, please. I would just want to find out from Director. You are Director for YEFL, right? Technical advisor.
Sorry, I'm Technical Advisor.
Okay, going through your presentation, I noticed you are only showing concern about the funding gap. Have you done extensive work about how these funds, when released, are implemented or utilized towards the intended purpose of the fund? Have you done any work on that?
Okay, so, Chairman, thank you, Chairman. What we have done was, first of all, to get information from NYA, because you cannot go in any district going around saying that you are looking for youth projects, and then youth is broad, and it's a cross-cutting issue. So you cannot see any investment and say that, okay, this will be a youth project. And so I'm monitoring it or I'm tracking it. So what we have done was to request from the NYA how much money from what they have received so far has been spent on what and what. We don't know. They should tell us. So they give us a breakdown. It took time for it to come. So we got it late, somewhere October last year. So we now have the data that says that about 79% of all the funds they have spent is on infrastructure, some of the sports facilities that we have, the astroturfs, skills development program. Now that we have that, we could validate on the ground the resource centers they have constructed, a number of them. So on the basis of the information they have provided, that is now what we are going to use to track whether it is actually on the ground or not. So that is where we have started with, Mr. Chairman.
So, since you don't have adequate information about the funding that was released and the projects or benefits that has gone into the utilization of the funding, how do we justify that just for the mere fact that there has been a reduction from 1 year to a particular year? Because it is in the DACF document, or the act is indicating that a percentage of the DACF should go to NYA and YEA. We have to be doing that because it is stated in the act, or it is something that has to be done as part of the DACF releases. If you don't have evidence that the fund that has already been released has been used for the intended purpose, if you are the administrator of common fund, will you subsequently allocate these fundings to these agencies?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm in a position to answer why or why not the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator should adhere to the law. I don't know if I'm in a position to do that, but what we do know is that we actually requested for the information. Our follow the money is based on compliance, accountability, and transparency. So let me project this. It's not showing.
But they can see the start of the document so that.
So if you look at this document, this is from NYE. We are requesting for information on, detailed information on the total funds received, the annual expenditure, implementation of the policy, and all of that. Then they give us all of this information, Mr. Chairman. And then they said 79% of the total funds received for the period has been spent on youth-related infrastructure development. The infrastructure covers the following: youth resource centers, youth leadership skills and training institutes, astroturf facilities, regional. Additionally, 17% spent on programs and operations. This included feeding grants to youth leadership and skills training institutes, administrative support to regional and district youth directories, skill development and capacity building for youth, youth policy and its implementation. Further, 4% was spent on goods and services and general administration. So there's some level of accountability from them. Now, there has to be a validation of what they have presented. And we said we had received this towards the last end of last year. And so we could then follow up to look at, but they have been able to provide evidence of as to how they have expended the money that have been released.
My last follow-up. These are written evidence they've shown you that they used the allocation to do this feeding grants to youth leadership and skills training institutes. Feeding grants. So how much went into feeding grants out of the amount allocated? I would urge you to do some of this thorough investigation, because you need to justify why the releases should continue as it should, because it is the same resources that the whole country is benefiting from. The fund available to the government, it's fund every institution, every sector of the economy is also looking up to for certain projects to be implemented. So if funds are released and you indicate you use this for that, you use this for that, based on this, there's a presentation here requesting that there is a funding gap and that we should recommend, or you are recommending that these funds to be released as and when it should. I would urge you people to also, based on what you have now, these are just, we can just write whatever. If you give money to somebody, you can just write, I use it for this, but evidence-based, because the act we are talking about also talked about accountability. The administrator of common fund is required to report to Parliament on the management and utilization of the fund. Okay? And it is not direct that the fund should go to YEA. There has to be evidence-based that this is the amount we released, it has been utilized this way, there is a funding gap, the budgeted, or how we intended to implement. Maybe we budgeted for 500 people to benefit from. We were able to satisfy 250. Out of the remaining 250, we can't support them because there's a funding gap. There you have evidence, but what you have presented to us and claiming there's a funding gap without giving us evidence-based implemented projects, it will not serve any purpose for the members of Parliament here to speak to your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I agree with you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a request, if it is possible, and if it is within the permission granted to make, so that if it is possible also for that level of accountability to be sought from the agencies. So for example, you see, as a youth group or youth organization, when you are also getting this, even though in making our request, we make it clear that it is not for any witch hunt. You see, it's purely for the basis of transparency. And so when I make a request or ask to have a dialogue, a transparent conversation, honest conversation with YEA and NYA, it will be different from the committee asking them to appear before the committee and making those accountabilities. So that is why we are having the observations and appearing before you to see how we can take the conversation or the level of accountability to the next level where this committee can hold them accountable and ask them to appear before the committee and account, because they appear before here to present their budget to go in, and they go and never come back to account. To what extent is this committee in a position to hold them accountable for the youth of this country, because this committee is what is representing the youth of this country? Thank you, Chairman.
But my brother, I disagree that they come and take it and don't appear before the committee. They appear. There's a way of this committee to check all the agencies. When you come before us, whether in between budget or at the end of the new budget cycle, we demand accountability. But I agree with you that the committee has a bigger stake, a bigger responsibility in exacting accountability. But for accountability, we do. So because this is a public hearing, I don't want us to throw this.
I take that back, Chairman.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry for being a bit late. What you presented, I saw Youth Resource Center. That is where I have a problem. I believe you said these are the information given to you by the agencies, things that they have done. My first question is, have you followed up to see whether they even exist? And if they exist, what is the state?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's actually part of our process. So I did indicate that to begin to do validation of this information, you first of all have to have the information from the source. that have done A, B, C, D, and then you now do validation of what has been provided. So we are in the process of validating this information. And we have also made preparations to get them to give us actual status in terms of progress. So if you talk about a youth resource center, in actual numbers, how many, the location, status of the project, whether complete 85%, 25%, and all of that. And then we have our budget monitors on the ground and youth networks that would then follow up to validate these ones. We are also collaborating with other civil society organizations to be able to support this, because the projects are scattered nationwide. We are based in the northern region. So that's also one of the things. One other option we are looking at is to have a joint monitoring with this committee to some of these project sites as part of the validation process. Thank you.
All right, that will be the last that I'll come out. On the same youth resource center. This one, I'm giving you free information.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I'll be available to come along with you if you want to go. Doma Centra, Doma Hinkru specifically. There is a youth resource center which was completed. I should put it that way, completed. But if you go there right now, I just don't want...
Member, the agency responsible will be coming to us. I think you can shelve your question, and then when the agency comes, we deal with it. Thank you.
I'm glad, Chairman.
Honorable Damata.
Thank you, Chairman. From your presentation, what I understand is that funding is not well targeted as far as youth development is concerned. So I want to know, how has this reduction affected your programs at the agencies? Then again, this one I want you to answer me genuinely. How do you see the youth in Ghana in the next 5 years?
So, Chairman, I would answer the first one. The second one, the young people here, if they could answer that. I am green. So, first of all, Mr. Chairman, we are not part of the youth agencies. We are an NGO, non-governmental organization, that is focusing on youth empowerment and development based in northern Ghana. So we are actually an organization that is trying to look at how systematically or system-wise, nationwide, all young people would have access to youth funding. Now, we are working in the NGO sector. We know that funding is a big problem for NGOs. And we are working to get funding, donor funding, to support youth development. But we are always asked to look within. And if you look within our system, what can government actually do directly to invest in its young people, which is actually the largest population of this country? So, fortunately, we have the very good laws made by this parliament that says that government should prioritize youth funding. And now we wanted to see whether government is actually complying. That's the basis of our, and when that is done, you see that nationwide, then we now look at the accountability and transparency aspect, that government is giving funding, but the youth agencies now, we also have to hold them accountable. So that is our purpose. And for the youth, I don't know who is willing to. Okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a youth of this country, I would answer the question by saying that in the next 5 years, we see ourselves as being most productive in any era of government or in era of development that has ever happened in the country. In the sense that recently we've seen that major institutions are being headed by the youth, which gives a brighter prospect of what we can become. And to buttress on the fact that the former president of America, John F. Kennedy, stated, and I quote, the future promise of any nation can directly be measured by the present prospect of its youth. And what we are doing today as a youth, coming to seek for clearance and coming to seek for support to tackle certain issues concerning youth, shows that we have a good way to go and we have a positive impact if we are guided and supported in the best way. Thank you.
A follow-up to your response. Yes, I like your articulation. You've shown that you're a youth leader. I've been a youth leader before. My question is that, how do you measure appointing young people and not releasing funds to them? How do you measure it? How do you make them productive?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first point of call is giving the opportunity to serve. And the next should be measured by the impact these young people make once they are given the opportunity to serve. And we can clearly see that some of these young people being appointed into various positions are bringing out an impression or creating an impression that they can do better than what has been happening. Thank you.
You didn't answer my second part. The financing part.
Okay, thank you.
Because you can appoint anybody into a position, but when there's no funds to work, the person will become redundant, and the person's productivity and ability will not be showcased. You understand? We can put you equally in a position. If there are no funds to work, nobody will know what is in you. You understand? So that's what I want to drive at. That based on your own response, within the next 5 years, how do you make some of these young people that have been put in positions, for instance, let me pick one example, who is my friend, Osman Ayariga, has been put in a position, and then funds are not being allocated to the NYA. How does he become productive to show the things that he can do?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also use Honorable Ayaga as an example. Being given that opportunity to serve as the CEO for National Youth Authority, whereby resources are not given to him, it is in the best interest of him and also as being a member of the youth to seek for opportunities that would at least create employment, because I know he's well connected, and also not just dependent on the government to provide the allocations or provide the money, but what you can do as a leader. Others state that a leader is a person who knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. It's not just about knowing the way, but trying to put out measures that can also pave the way. Thank you.
I don't want to pass the comment that my colleagues are passing here, but on a more serious note, I wouldn't want to be in a position where the tools and necessary funding that I need are not given to me. It will make me look weak. It will make me look weak. And we are not looking at getting young people into positions as decoration. No, that is not what I think the youth of this country wants. We want young people to be put in position and given the necessary tools so that they can develop themselves and develop the youth of this country and exhibit and showcase the good in them for the youth of this country. I think another youth advocate you are from the UNFPA, right? You are the member of the UNFPA youth, yeah. So I would want to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. And to answer the question honestly, if you ask every young person in Ghana what they see the future to be, it will really depend on the kind of young person you ask. Because the future of young people in Ghana is promising, but also concerning. And the reason is that, if you recall, in 2018, Ghana already projected that our youth population is on the rise, and we will have a huge bulge. And they started, based on the National Development Commission at the time, what is called as Youth Development Index, to look at the various ways that young people can be integrated in economy and even in leadership to ensure that we maximize the demographic potential. But it is very concerning that from 2018 till date, based on the data that they have presented, that you see a decline in terms of the investment. Investing in young people is not just a national call for us, it's a global call, and especially for Africa. Because if you look at the demography of Africa, you realize that almost 70%, by 2050, almost 60% of every 60% of young people will be coming from Africa. But Ghana specifically, as we stand now, according to the Ghana Statistics Service, we have even 57% of the population being young people. However, it is very difficult when we constantly engage young people as a homogeneous group, because these young people have different needs and different aspirations. So if funding is even going to be increased for these young people, there's the need to also disaggregate that particular fund to ensure that it actually targets those individual people who the Ghana Statistics Service has them as needs, those who are neither in employment, training, or any form of apprenticeship. And the reason also is that sometimes when we are having a conversation about young people in Ghana, the narrative is also that young people in Ghana don't have some level of agency. And that in itself also reduces or frames the conversation we have with them to more of young people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of outcomes of policy or even beneficiaries of outcomes of programs. We've just testified here that the District Assembly Common Fund and its disbursement processes is discretionary. Could there be a situation where this particular committee could have some form of reforms or recommendation to say that at the end of the day, there should be some form of a ceiling or a ring fencing of some of the budgetary allocation that is targeted to youth? Because the reason why I said that is the potential. Young people have the agency, they are creating their own businesses, they are coming out with innovations, and if you go online and you see young people, and each time we appear in global platforms, how we constantly win these things. But 2 years, 3 years, it goes because those fundings come and go at the end of the day. That is the first recommendation I will ask for this committee. But the second thing is also to look at the agency of the situation of young people in Ghana here, and both in terms of development and in terms of security concern. Particularly for young people in Ghana, even if a young person has an opportunity to be employed or be doing something that looks impactful, some of them are also within a situation where they call at waithood, a period between their childhood and adulthood where they do not feel that they are part of something that is meaningful in their lives. And that in itself allows them to be able to engage in other things that essentially do not push them to be able to seek for things that are very important. So my recommendation also is that, is there a way that we can streamline youth-responsive budgeting across the ministry, department, and agencies to ensure that youth-responsive budgeting is not left at the discretion of these agencies in order for us to be able to, as young people, to benefit from the national quota? Because the reason why I said it's concerning is because if you look at the conversation around demographic dividends, it comes and goes. If you look at the history and even statistics from Western Europe, if you look at Europe itself, we've seen how their populations are aging because fertility rates are stabilizing. And when we get to 100 years from now, Ghana is also likely going to face similar situation. But the question now is, if we don't invest at the time that the window of opportunity has been presented to us, and we wait, it then becomes a demographic pitfall, and we'll have to come back to start again. These are just my recommendations, and as a young person in Ghana, these are the things I will talk about.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. In fact, you've been very honest. Sitting here, one of the issues that was running through my mind was how we can invite DACF to meet with the agencies and also push so that the allocations to the youth agencies are ring-fenced, so that at least we know that for every period when we are budgeting, these amounts are going to these agencies under the youth ministry. What we see is that government upon government are prioritizing competing demands over youth-specific allocations, and that is what is causing the issues that we are seeing. And I'm happy hearing from you with all the issues that you've elaborated. I think one of the things that we will be taking note is targeting the needs of the youth. I think it's about time we sit with the agencies when they appear before us and ask them about how they target specific issues concerning the youth. And I'm happy with your recommendations. And I know my colleagues will also contribute to what you just said. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this is not a question, but I think we have to educate our youth to embrace some kind of volunteerism. I don't want to bring my personal story, but I'm sitting here not because I had the opportunity to be here. It is what I have seen from the time I became a member of parliament among some of the youth. They look at the benefit they will get rather than the outcome of what they are doing. After completing my national service in 2013, I voluntarily served in a technical school in my community for 2 years without taking one cedi. Out of that voluntary service, I was voted as the assembly member. When I got to the assembly, I was made the presiding member, and now I'm the member of parliament for 2 years. Currently, we have a section of the youth who are into youth employment, and they are taking 800. I can give you evidence that some of the people who were employed looked at the 800 and rejected the offer. Meanwhile, when you are applying for a job, normally they try to see the experience you have, 1 year experience, 2 years. This volunteerism adds to your experience. You don't know. So in as much as we are fighting for enough budget for the youth, let's also advocate for them. Let's educate them that volunteerism is something they have to also consider. Thank you.
Throughout this morning, we've been discussing financing for the youth. And I think the narratives have been going on like the youth are not funded, the youth programs are not funded. This is the committee that is responsible for youth and sports. So we meet the agencies during budget hearing. Tomorrow, or this week, the Minister of Finance will come to Parliament to come and tell us actual releases. Your presentation actually was clear that we are doing well with Ejumorua. We are doing well with National Apprenticeship Program. It is good to be advocating for finances for the youth. But two agencies that you mentioned, YEA and NYA, if you see YEA, their source of funds